people come and show illustrations, and they haven't really looked at our edition to see what kind of books we do. So when
Yeah.
you go out and present your book, check out what kind of books the publishing house publish. So you
Oh, yeah.
know
Yeah.
you have the style that they like or fit in. You understand?
Yeah. Yeah. It's 2 o'clock on a Thursday. That means it's Gab'n Doodle time. Hello, everybody. I feel like there should be gabblers. Hello, gabblers. Hello, doodlers. There's got to be a good name for that. Gabbler doodlers, gabalulers. It's Thursday afternoon. I'm excited to chat today with a wonderful artist, and I want to give everybody a little heads up. I was under the weather this last week, basically, and I still got some remnants, and so you might hear me cough every once in a while, and I cough loud, so just, plug your ears if I'm going to cough. So today we have on a special guest coming to us from Europe. I'm going to probably massacre this name. You all know how good I am with trying to pick up accents and destroying people's names along the way. But we have the one, the only, Ingela P. And now, this is the hard one. It's Arrhenius. And I would probably say Arrhenius, but I'm probably way off. I just know their work, and I think it's lovely. And so we have all these, Where's the T-Rex, and all these great little hidden flap books. And then we also have the Marvelous Margot here, which is super adorable. And I must say, in this, as I go through it, every time I go through these books, I look for little moments that are like my favorite things. And there is this one, like, first of all the little monkeys and stuff that are eating down here are fabulous. But this one little dog crossing the crosswalk there with a fishing pole, and the little lean back that he has is my favorite thing in this. I mean, obviously there's plenty of lovely things in this book, but that in particular was like one thing where I was just like, oh, it's so adorable. So we're going to have Ingela on here. I'm going to let them in just 1 second. As a reminder, these go up on YouTube and underneath Studiohoffmann. And so check for those. But let me let our guest in, and we'll get started. You still might hear me sniffle, too, just to give you a heads up. Hello.
Hello
How are
there.
you?
How nice. I'm fine. I'm just so happy I managed to do this technical thing.
Okay. Well, thank you for joining us. I know that some almost everybody that I ask to do this has not had a lot of experience with being on live and knowing how to operate it. And once you do it a few times, you'll get used to it.
I know, I
But
know. Yeah, but when you're not used to it, you're so nervous that you were
yeah,
going to mess things up.
you've done great so far, and I
Good.
love you sent me that little
Thank you.
video of your setup, and it looked wonderful. So
Yes,
um,
yes.
before we get started, I need you to, because I'm sure I destroyed your name. Can you pronounce your name the way it's meant to be said?
Yes, it's Ingela P. Arrhenius. So it was almost good. You don't have to
Arrhenius.
pronounce the R. I mean, it's just Arrhenius.
Arrhenius.
Yes,
Okay.
perfect.
I'm not good at rolling my R's, and so having to roll
No.
through that is a little hard, but I will try my best. So thank you for joining us. I'm very excited, and you're coming in from you're in Northern Europe, right? You're in like
I'm in Stockholm. I'm
Stockholm.
actually right now a bit north of Stockholm where we have our summer house. So it's like 1.5 hours north of Stockholm on an island.
It looks, I mean, the amount of light you have pouring in behind. Wow.
I know.
Are you
It's
Yeah.
8 o'clock, and I hope it will be light because I tried to turn up the lamps and then it looked just weird. So
Okay.
we'll stick with the
We'll see.
light until it's get dark. But I mean, it never gets dark during summer here, so
Yeah, I was gonna say you're far enough north that you may not
yeah,
have that issue, but
no,
look at the amount of light you have pouring into your space is so amazing that
it's nice.
I'm in a little basement and I have a window about this big
Yeah,
and
okay,
no light comes in it. So I survive with a bunch of lamps down here.
yeah.
But thank you for joining us today. We're big fans of yours, and
Thank you.
uh, the amount of people, like every time I post these ads, it's always interesting to see who chimes in like, oh, I can't wait, I
Yeah,
can't wait.
yeah.
And there's some people that wrote me and just said, I can't believe that you got her to join
Okay,
you. And I was like, wow, this is so exciting. So um, I'm really, really honored to have you. And I
thank
know
you.
I mentioned previously, and I'm going to say this up front just to get it out of the way. I want to be respectful of your time. So you decide you can stay on for 10 minutes, you can stay on for 4 hours.
Mm,
It's up to you. There's
yeah,
no
yeah.
pressure of any sort.
Perfect.
Um,
Thank you.
yeah, but can you give us a little rundown? I mean, I showed a couple of books
Yeah,
here in the background. My cats did a lovely number
yeah.
on the corner of this one. I just
Sweet.
found out.
Yeah.
But can you give us a little rundown of who you are and what you do?
Yes. So I'm Ingela P, as we just said, and I've been working as an illustrator for over 30 years. Illustrator and designer. I was more traditional illustrator, like the 15 first years of my career, doing a lot of advertising and magazine illustration.
Yep.
But the last 15 years, I've been focused on books and products.
And you have like tons and tons of these like lift the flap
I
books
know. I
and
think we've done like 46 or something.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
amazing. I mean, do, out of curiosity, before we even get started, do they take long to do a book like this?
Actually, they do take some time. I mean, not long if you compare with a children's book with a lot of scenery.
Yeah,
But I would say an average back and forth to the publishing house is like 5 times. We change things and we correct
yeah,
things and we take away things and put back things. So it do take some time. But I did one of these really quick, just quicker than we even signed the contract because it was Where's Mr. King?
okay,
You know, when the king died, and we know we had a what's the correct word? Coronation when he was supposed to be
yes,
king,
yes,
and for
coronation.
that we wanted to have a felt flap. Where's Mr. King? So I did that one in 2 days.
You did the entire book in 2 days?
Yes, because I was under pressure.
Yeah, no, I know. It just that's insane. That's a crazy amount of time, but I understand the pressure to get like the timeliness and the
Yeah,
topical
yeah.
aspect of that. Um,
Normally a book takes longer than that, but here we
yes,
had,
yeah.
okay, we need to do this.
You stop doing
Need-
everything, stop eating and sleeping, and
Exactly.
yeah,
Yes.
gotcha.
Just working.
Um, so today we're gonna draw and make. I know you're gonna be working on. Remind me, it's porcelain
Yes,
of some sort.
will. I will try that. I took everything out because I had a project a couple of years ago where I painted on porcelain. So I took all the pencils out, and I think they will work.
Okay.
So and then I tried to, rehearse on one, and suddenly it was dry. So so I hope they won't dry
Okay.
out. So I hope I will be able to finish one porcelain cutting board serving dish or whatever it is.
Okay.
I have a backup plan. If it doesn't work, I will do. I'm working on some books for a Swedish publishing house, and I'm thinking of two cover versions for those books. So
Oh,
if the
okay.
porcelain thing doesn't work, I will work on my iPad doing two covers, and you can help me choose which one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That
But
sounds lovely.
I hope this will. It's a bigger challenge to work on the porcelain plates because here you cannot do any sketch. I mean, you cannot
Yeah.
have a pencil. You have to just,
Go.
and that's more fun to see
Is
me maybe not doing so
when you
well.
do this stuff on the porcelain, it you get it fired later to
I fire it. Actually, it's some porcelain pencils,
oh, okay.
and then you fire it in the kitchen
Oh,
oven.
oh really?
Yes,
Wow, that's cool. Okay.
for like half an hour, and then it really sits. I mean, I don't know if you should put it in the dishwasher, but it
Yeah.
really sticks. It
But
stays on.
it's food safe and you can.
Uh, I often paint on the outside, like if I buy a
Okay.
vintage bowl. So, I mean, this is actually like some serving dishes. So maybe you should have something, I don't know, under
Some
it.
sealant. Yeah. Who knows? Okay. Yeah. Just don't ingest chemicals. Let's put it that way.
No, no.
Um, but I don't know if you heard up top. I'm still getting over a cold, and so I might cough a little bit
Mm,
today. So bear
no
bear with
worries.
me. But
Yeah, yeah.
um, so today we can go switch to our downshoots, and we can just start working.
Okay,
I'm
next
excited.
nervous thing. Okay, how do I do that now?
Okay, so you had that setup that you
I
set
have
up.
my setup, so now I just want to switch and put my
Yeah,
phone.
yeah. And what I do normally is to get it so it's not backwards. Is right now on your screen you should see little circle arrows,
Yes,
and
now I see.
that flips to the other camera. There you go. And then if you angle it down, that way if you want to look at the phone, you can still look at the phone.
Okay, now I have to adjust this.
Yep, that's
Oh,
perfect right there.
I know, but then I have to move my chairs. I have to
Oh,
I have to
okay.
call my husband. Peter, kan du komma och hjälpa mig? He has to come and help me just move my chairs because I have two chairs and I taped on two wooden things, so I have to have help moving them.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
you have to physically
yeah,
move your desk
yeah,
in order to get it to
yeah.
line up.
Här.
That's
Yeah.
that is
This
fine.
is
That is
yes.
right like we like.
Så vi måste dra stolarna hitåt.
So I'll keep an eye on the screen and make sure that we're okay there.
Lite till. Oops. Okay, is this okay?
That looks perfect. That's
Good.
that's absolutely fabulous. And just so you know, on your screen, you can pinch on the screen and it will zoom in and zoom out. I don't know if you can see that on
Yeah,
mine
I see
as
that.
I do
So
that.
if I do that,
So if you wanted to, you could zoom out a little bit or zoom in depending on what you need.
okay. Now okay. Kan du hjälpa mig att se om man kan zooma ut eller in?
But that
Oh, oh, sorry. Now I did too much.
I'm just trying to watch here. Anywhere in there is perfect. Honestly, like that is
That's good.
absolutely fine.
That's good.
Yeah,
Okay.
totally fine.
So I'll show you what I started to do some uh, different roughs because I found these three porcelain, as I said, cutting boards or serving dish or whatever, and I did three different roughs.
Where
One for the big one, this one, Home Sweet Home, and then I did just a simple rough for the smallest one, and then this in the middle, and I think this would be great to work on. Yeah.
where did you find these are these like pre-done cutting boards that you can just buy
No,
or are they
no, these are vintage. Actually, because as I said a couple of years ago, I went to flea markets and bought a. I can show you one I did back then before I start.
so
So
they,
this is like a teapot I did where
so
I.
they already have a glaze on them of some sort or are they
Yes,
okay,
yes.
gotcha.
So it's like just a white vintage teapot, and then I bought these pencils and started to paint on them.
That's awesome. I didn't know that was like feasible.
So much fun, so much fun. So now I'm going to try to draw this one on this one. So now when I sit down, I won't see my screen anymore. So you tell me if something,
Yeah, yeah.
moves or
I will keep
yeah,
an eye on it and if something goes
yeah,
awry I will let you
yeah,
know immediately. um
perfect.
So as we start here, I know this is going to be challenging for anybody who's never done this before to talk and
I
make at the same time.
I know. I actually rehearsed today. I called my dad and said, "Can we just talk and I will draw at the same time."
And did it work out?
And see, it did work out. But then I was painting at my iPad where I feel more comfortable.
Okay, so this it'll be a little bit of a challenge, and we'll work through it. And if there's if we most people, by the time you get going for a little bit, it starts to like kick in and you just start talking and it's not an
Yeah,
issue.
yeah, yeah.
Um, so today, just for anybody that cares, um, I'm doing some little pig construction people that have broken a pipe
The
in a
boring,
water.
sorry if I interrupt. The boring thing is that I cannot see you now, what you are drawing.
Oh,
I,
that's
I'll look at that
yeah,
afterwards.
yeah. To be honest, I watch a feed, but I'm really watching the feed for the most part just to make sure that we're both on screen
Yeah,
and looking at comments. I go back and watch them after the
yeah,
fact and see
yeah,
what people have made. And so some of this is like I might look up and go like, "Oh, that's really cool what you did," but
yeah,
for the most part, it's a lot of like waiting until the next day, and
yeah, yeah,
then going, "Oh, what did they actually make?"
yeah.
Um, so let's start by just talking about sort of the beginnings. It's the classic sort of question of where did you start? How was that beginning of getting into uh, illustration or into, because you said you started out on a more sort of like um, designy slash
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
was it editorial or was it
Yes.
okay?
So I went to art school between 90 and 92. And before that, I worked at an advertising agency for a couple of years where I started, by the front desk and worked my way up to like an art director assistant. And then I applied for art school after being first half a year in Berlin, taking art classes. And then I went to art school for 2 years, and it was more like advertising design art school, not so much illustration. So I did that for 2 years. And then I realized during these 2 years that every assignment I did was, I just solved everything with illustration. So I
Yeah,
realized, okay, I'm not going to go back to an advertising agency after art school. I should be an illustrator.
there,
And then oh,
go ahead please.
poor you. And then I got the opportunity to join a well-known illustrator group. So I had to be a freelance because, I mean, you weren't hired there, you had to freelance. But people knew about this group, so it was just the best start.
Yeah, is it like
Uh, uh,
artist collective or like,
what did you say?
like an artist collective in the sense of
Yes,
yeah that
yes, like an artist collective with 10 illustrators, but very organized. We had like someone answered the phone, and
oh wow
and
okay.
you did get your assignments because of who you were, but you could always, I mean, sometimes people just called and said, We would like an illustration in this style." So sometimes you had to try to work a bit out of your comfort zone and try to do other kind of illustration. Uh, but um, but it was just such a good start because I did. Oh, sorry, I do forget to draw when I talk. But it was a very good start when you're all
Yeah,
new to the market.
I mean it's to have the sort of instant network
Yes, exactly,
connection,
exactly.
whether it be
Yes.
because of you or because of other people, like you got in front of folks that you may not naturally be seen
Yeah.
by.
Yeah,
Um,
and this was I was recently in at an illustrations congress in outside Hamburg this last weekend, and I talked a bit about my career, and I also talked about, when I joined this group. This was before internet, so you had to print this expensive catalog, and we sent it out to every advertising agency and publishing house in around Scandinavia, and that was such a big financial commitment when you're just all new to the
yeah,
market, but it was so worth it because then it paid off with assignments just a couple of weeks after it was out.
I mean when I started out, it was the same thing that you would there was I think we were in the transition towards when you got a portfolio together. Some people were still doing like hand bound portfolios, which were
Yes, yes.
beautiful, and then there
I,
were
I walked around with my
yeah.
portfolio.
Yeah, and then I started out with a sort of pre-done portfolio where you can slide images
Yeah,
in, but right at that threshold where, yeah, you were still doing portfolio drop-offs. Uh,
yes,
you would send out a portfolio because you didn't have a website, and
yes,
so that was sort of
exactly.
your only option
Yes.
to be
Such
seen.
a
Um,
different time.
yeah, yeah, very much so. Um, so with that idea of like switching at a certain point to books, or to yeah. And when you say books, does that mean more than sort of traditional children's literature, or like was there other types of books in there that have sprung up? Because I know you primarily through your kidlit stuff, but
Yes, I mean, I did do some books from the beginning. Me and my husband, who is an author, we did our first children's book together like 96 or something.
okay,
But my main focus at that time was advertising and design and like package design and editorial illustrations. Back then you had so many magazines, so I did weekly illustrations for different magazines,
yeah,
uh, and like a book every other year. This is the hard part for me when I draw because, here, since I'm not doing illustrations with lines, I have to just think this out.
you have to guess what you're gonna do later.
Yes,
With,
exactly. Yeah, yeah,
um, but I mean, one of the it sounds like I mean you started a little bit before I did, but it sounds like there's like I was at the end of some of the transition that you're talking about in the industry. I mean, I started in the year 2000,
yeah,
so like
yeah,
seeing how it's changed, and that idea of starting out in editorial and design, I feel like is actually pretty common for a lot of
yeah,
folks. I mean, I started out in editorial. That was my baby for a while of industry or market, but it has definitely changed throughout time. And
yeah.
so, what made the shift for you? Was there some event? Was there
It
some?
it was just that I've always myself liked like stuff, uh, nice products, nice interior decoration, yeah, products, as I said.
Yeah.
And I just felt I want to do something that lasts more than a week.
Okay.
Like I mean, a magazine illustration, it lasts for a week and then it's gone.
Yep.
So I just wanted to go back to, yeah, be in the product and do more products. So it was just a need of doing something else,
Not
basically. Yeah,
not does
yeah.
it only last a week, but it also is like I don't know if you still did you get tear sheets back in the day?
What is that?
A tear sheet like they would send you a for anybody that hasn't heard this term, uh, the term I grew up with is a tear sheet. Basically, that when they printed your image in a
Yeah.
magazine or in paper, they'd send you just the image. They'd literally tear it out of a magazine.
Okay. No, I always got the magazine.
Okay. It's one of those things where like I got a few tear sheets, but for the most part I got the magazine, but it's still like it's not as exciting when you're flipping through and you have one single image in
Yeah,
this entire
yeah,
collection of images
yeah.
versus a picture book or a book
Yes,
that you've done
yeah.
everything.
Of course, of course.
A drastic difference between those two.
Yes.
Um, and the moving towards something like kidlit or product design, was that something that was built into your education, or was
No,
that
no, and
okay?
actually that was my talk in Buxtehude outside Hamburg, was all about this weekend when I were on this illustration conference. I I if I have felt that I want to do something, for example, I wanted to do work with more 3D, more with toys, see how my illustrations could work like in 3D. I just started to paint on wood blocks just to see how it would look, if it was more like a product. I took my kids when they didn't play with their small wood blocks in different shapes and painted on them and see how that could look. And then after a while, that became a toy for a French toy company. So I've always, I've been like in charge over my career myself.
Yeah, you're not dictated by some predefined notion of what you're supposed to do.
No, no, no.
um
So if I wanted to change career, I've been, working myself. I wanted to work, for example, more with plates and porcelain and stuff. So then I printed a small collection just for myself, and had an exhibition with them. And then after a while, I started to work with a Dutch company called Kitchen, and for them, I've done many plates and vases, etc. So I've always, invested. If I knew I want to do this now, and maybe if it costed a little to print these plates, but it's going to be worth it because I want to go in this direction. Do you understand what
Yeah,
I mean?
yeah. No, I mean I have the sentiment that I relay to students that you need to do what you want to do because you'll be excited by
Yes,
it. Uh,
exactly,
If you
exactly.
are, yeah, if you're trying to just bend to the will of everybody, then like you're not going to be excited. You're not going to be
No,
motivated.
no,
So
no.
it means you have that financial risk, but at the same time, you have much more invested in it at that point, and so you're going to be a little bit prouder. And
Yes, and you have so much fun. I mean, I want to feel that joy that I really, I mean, I want to go up in the morning and feel, God, this is going to be so much fun to work on, That,
have you
that,
always out of your house outside of that, like the artist collective that you talked about?
I was in let's see, I was in three different art collectives. I was in the first one for like 6 or 7 years. And then I got my first kid, so I stopped there. And when I came back, I joined another one, also just illustrators. And then I got another child after like 4 years. And then let's see, did I go back? Yes, I went back to the first one. Anyway, then the last collective I was in, that was more, different. It was photographers and authors and designers
Oh,
and not only illustrators. So that was fun to have a more mix and see how other people, other creative people worked.
yeah, a bigger variety of different.
Yes, yes. So then, and after the third collective, uh, we moved back to town because I lived in a house just outside Stockholm. And when we moved back, I had a studio of my own, like an old shop in the street.
Yeah,
So I had that one for 10 years. And then I just felt I want to sit at home. Just I realized I wasn't in my studio anymore. I was somewhere else all the time, like going to a ceramic studio or going to the gym or whatever. So it was just not worth having that anymore.
yeah. It's interesting to hear uh, the flexibility and the adaptability that you have throughout the years, in the sense of like being willing to stop, start, move
Yeah,
around.
yeah.
And I think one of the things in because I teach college or illustration in a college setting, one of the challenges that we have right now, or the thing that I see, is the um, I don't want to say this is across the board, but there is a little bit of an inflexibility uh,
Okay.
in students, in the sense that they have a notion of what they want to do and they set their sights on it, but they're
Yeah.
not willing to sort of adapt to a lot of new things or to take on new
Okay.
challenges, because they've sort of predefined in their head, like, well, this is the direction I'm going, and if something else presents itself to me, it may be out of my realm.
Yeah.
And so hearing that sort of the mentality that you have towards um, being able to shift on on a whim,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
a lovely mindset. And I think that that sort of defined sort of a different generations on how specialized they had to be versus how
Yeah.
universal.
But yes, but maybe it's also because they are in the beginning and after like 5 or 10 years, they feel now I need to go in another direction because now
Yeah,
this is boring.
yeah. I mean, that's the thing that hits me.
Yeah.
I assume it's the same for you. Is it really is like it gets boring or it gets monotonous?
Yes,
And
exactly.
I was talking to someone the other day about style and about or voice, and how you want to constantly be sort of moving
Yeah.
in, because otherwise you're just doing the same piece over and over and over again.
Yes. Yes.
And I see that as a good thing when people's style changes
Yes, and
throughout.
sometimes I also, for example, many years ago, after doing too many, graphic, sweet animals, animals with big eyes,
Yeah,
I started to paint. I found this book with old black and white photos, and then I started to paint them just to, show myself and others that I have more styles in me than just
yeah.
graphic, sweet
I mean,
animals.
I've there's a show in England on Sky Art that's called oh, what is it? It is the next great portrait artist or something along that lines that I've watched. And I am not a portraiture person, but it has gotten me excited to at some point just get out a canvas again
Yes,
on a canvas
yes,
and see what happens. And I'm sure it would not be the most lovely thing in the world, or it would take me some time to get back into that practice.
but
But
so much fun. I'm painting a lot right now, actually, for an exhibition. So it's just a lovely contrast to working at the computer.
yeah, that's the idea of like changing it up. I mean,
Yes,
that's really what just giving yourself something new to
yes,
do. So with your career, looking at sort of the start of it and where you are now, are there things that stand out to you as uh, sort of benchmarks that you've achieved or that you have yet to achieve? I guess that's another way to look at it too, of sort of what you are trying to accomplish in your career. Um, and I ask that because we're sort of, relatively close in the range that we've been working. I've been doing, you said
yeah,
a little over 30. I'm a little over 25, somewhere in that
yeah,
range.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm at this point where I'm sort of looking at like, okay, what's next? What's the goal?
I
And
know, I know, I know. Before retiring.
yeah, I mean, not really retired. Like there is
No, but I understand.
there's a
Uh,
where I need to say like, okay, maybe this isn't uh, a continuous job, or maybe I rethink what my job is at a certain point because
yeah,
of
yeah,
age, or because of like literally I'm breaking
yes,
down as we
yes.
talk. So
I mean, if I would still be working with advertising and magazines and stuff, I would really think that. But I just love working with books. I love my publishing houses. I love the books I do. So if I can just do that until I die,
yeah,
I would be happy. Together with my personal projects, because I always have something at the side that I work on. Like now I paint a lot for first an exhibition here at our summer island, and then also for an exhibition later this fall in Stockholm. So that is so much fun. And I also do ceramics nowadays, like every lady over 50. So, just combining your own projects with the books is for me like the perfect match.
and is I mean, I know you have a lot of books through Nosy Crow. Is that who a majority of the
Yes,
the books are through? Point?
yes,
And
yes. No, Sucro I would say is my main. I've been doing like I think around 70 books for them or something like that.
how so one of the questions I have for you is, I mean, obviously Europe is a different market than the US. The US, we have a lot of big publishers here, and there's not a huge outreach to bring in a lot of like foreign publishers in mass quantities in the same
Hmm.
way. But I'm wondering, Nosy Crow's in England, correct?
Yes, but they are in the US now as well.
Oh yeah, they're,
Just recently, they are there now.
and
Uh,
they're attached to Candlewick and I
yes,
think, yeah. But
yes,
I'm
yes.
how did you get linked up with them? Was that you reaching out to them? Was that them reaching out to you?
They reached out to me 10 years ago.
Wait, and you've done how many books since?
Uh, 70?
Woo, okay.
I know, it's a lot. I mean, if all these books would have been, more traditional children's books, I wouldn't be able to do that many. But I mean, board books. I'm not every board book take 2 days like The King, but it takes some time, but they are quicker than making a whole children's book, of
Yeah.
course,
Well,
when you work with board books.
I was looking.
Uh,
There's a guy named Luke Flowers. He was another illustrator that posted that he's been doing picture books for 10 years, like books, kidlit books, and he had I think like 70 to 80, and a lot of
oh,
like board books
yeah,
or things that were
yeah, yeah,
a series. But it's still like that's just a ton of work.
yes.
Like I understand that they're maybe a little faster than a picture book, but that I have a hard time understanding how you can pump out that much work and
because
that.
because it's so much fun, and because my kids are old now, so I have so much more time. I mean, basically it's time. I have much more time now when I have grown up kids.
Yeah, but I still like you have to. Are you eating? Are you taking time to sleep? Are you like
Yes, I do. My one good thing is that my husband cooks and do the grocery shopping and everything, so
oh
I save a lot of time there.
yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah. No,
Because he loves that and I don't. So that's perfect. No, I'm very structured. That's just how I am. It sounds boring. I remember going to art school and everyone was so cool and they were working all night and I couldn't do that. I have to go home and sleep and go up early and you have your the you have your how do you say? I don't know the word in English. You have your time in you, what
oh
suits
yeah,
you the best. And for me, it's, going to bed early, going up early, having a structure. And it sounds maybe boring, but it's just perfect for me.
I I was one of those students who I never pulled an all nighter.
No, I tried once in 2 years. It was awful.
Yeah, and then now, admittedly, I don't know if I put in enough time into the work, but I never pulled an all nighter. However, now my schedule is I work much later into the night now as an adult than what I did when I was in school, and it's all mixed up. And I I I don't understand. Are you a morning person? Are you
Yes,
someone?
very much.
Okay, what's because I know it's 8:30 something there right now,
Yeah,
but
bedtime.
it,
Just kidding.
okay. That's what I was wondering. Is like what is that threshold for you where like you have to shut down at the end of the day to give yourself enough energy for the next?
I always go to bed like 10 at the latest,
Okay,
normally. Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah, yeah.
I'm
And you?
I you don't want to know.
Uh, yeah,
Generally,
because I was so confused when I texted you this morning and like, is it 8 now?
no, 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 that was
No, and I understand. I mean, who would watch 8 in the morning in Europe and 2 in the night in the US?
yeah.
US?
It was
But you were
oh
awake, so I
yeah,
understand you are late.
yeah, no, I stay up. My wife and I stay up. Not as much since I've been sick, but generally
No.
up until about 2 in the morning
Oh,
on a
wow.
regular basis.
Yeah.
But we also like because I teach. I'm on summer schedule now, so I don't have to get.
No.
I get up early with my son to get him off to camp and other
Yeah.
things. But for the most part, I can take a nap and
Yeah.
make up for it. But yeah, our schedule is not great, and maybe that's why I got sick. Let's put it
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But it's I always respect people who can get up and work in the morning, but I just do not have that
No, no,
energy.
and I don't have the night. I think it's cool with people who are up late, but I cannot do that.
Well, yeah, it's cool until the next
Yeah,
morning when you see us
yeah,
and the bags under our eyes are
yeah, yeah,
ridiculous. Um, so, as thinking about sort of the Kidlit world and your the books that you made,
yes,
obviously there's been a stretch of time, and 10 years is a pretty good. I mean, I think I've been going for about 10
yeah,
years. So I know that the work I'm doing now is, in my mind, wildly different than when I started out.
yes,
Whether
yes,
it be media or my approach or the concepts I'm interested in.
yeah,
And I want to give us a little bit of reflection on uh, with sort of how things have evolved from your end. I see someone's asking me real quick about why on sheer paper, because I want the translucency, because I can stack it to someone who's asking the question.
okay,
But can
okay,
you give us just a sense of sort of a reflection on sort of uh, your aesthetic or your voice or how things have changed
yeah.
in years?
Well, the big change for me is that in the beginning I worked only with Swedish publishing houses, and if we got translated into like Norwegian or Danish, that was just so cool. I mean, this was before internet, of
Yeah.
course. So, So the big change for me is that now my main uh, publishing houses are not in Swedish; they are in France and England. And my books do come out in Sweden, but mostly then translated from my English and French publishing houses. So it's really the other way around
Yeah.
nowadays.
Yeah.
So that's really a big difference. And that uh, what I think is so much fun is that the books I do, since they are on much bigger markets, they can be so different. When it comes to, they can be very big or thick, or they can be cut out in shapes or in different materials. I mean, my books in Sweden were traditional rectangular, the average amount of pages printed in 2,500 copies. That was it. Do you understand what I mean? It's
Yeah.
such a big difference now when I can choose, different formats and materials and
So in
yeah,
other
that's
words,
a
like market spread and there was more revenue for them, so there's more flexibility for you to try.
yes, and that suits me and my aesthetics much more. Like, me and my French publisher, we always talk about the book like an object. It's not only a book, some of our books looks like almost a toy, for
Yeah.
example, even if it's a
Yeah.
book. Yeah.
The train one, I can't remember.
Yeah, Number
That
Train.
was that was Nosy Crow as well, if I
That
remember.
was Nosy
Uh,
Crow, written by Jonathan Emmett. Yes,
but
I
such,
loved that, working on that one.
yeah, such a great shape to that one.
Yes.
When I make the ads, I grabbed some photos of people's books and then put them in the ad. And when I saw that,
Yes.
I was like, I wasn't 100% sure where the cuts were because of the wheels that are underneath. And then
Yeah.
I realized, oh, the wheels have little white. As far as I can tell, there's white there because I haven't seen that one in person. I've seen other ones, but um, and I was like, it's such interesting choices on when and how to define the sort of silhouette of a book like
Yeah. Yeah.
that. I'm always sort of impressed on the decision making. And is there, thinking about that, is there a lot of logistical challenges to working in or to having those kind of like I'm looking at the lift the flat books here,
Yeah.
or that the felt, for those that didn't see it before, but where the felt lines up and how much of the dinosaur sticks out from the
Yeah.
felt
Yeah.
on each
Yeah.
one of these pages. I got a little smudge there. Is important to sort of the, I don't want to say the narrative, but the concept of the book.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
and
So sometimes we do show some details from under the felt flaps, and but often it's just covering the illustration. But I also have to say a big difference also is that when I worked back then with my Swedish publishing houses, you work pretty much by your own, but it's really a theme thing when I work with, for example, Nosy Crow. With the designer and the editor, it's not just me doing the book. We're really doing it together.
yeah, it's collaborative of some sort.
Yes, and it wasn't. Maybe it has changed in Sweden as well, but it wasn't. It wasn't like that. Like the Swedish company had, the publishing house had an art director,
Yeah,
for example. So it's really it's something else, and I really like that collaboration together with other, and that's just the finding a team that you like is so important.
meaning that when you're working on this, or when you're working on the Swedish stuff, you were in charge of everything. Yeah,
Yes. I sent away, where the text should be, and I mean, but the first books were not made at the computer, so I mean, it was really traditional original. So, but still, I was pretty much in charge of everything from the cover to end papers to illustrations to where to put the text
I
and
mean,
so on.
I've heard that same thing from a lot of folks who have worked in sort of specifically Northern Europe, some of the market there, but in Europe in general compared to the U.S., that there was a lot of sort of handing off of the entire to the illustrator
Yeah.
versus even in some sense, some people were doing typesetting for books that
Yes.
did not have
Yes.
type background. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
sort of like that's your responsibility,
Yeah.
uh, which is sort of fascinating. Like in some sense, I'm jealous of that because it would be exciting to be able to have control over so much.
Yes.
But I also know there's a responsibility that comes with that
Yeah.
and risk
Yes.
that something wrong, it's on you and not someone else's head.
I know.
Uh,
I know.
so obviously, you're at a point now where you like the publishers that you work with.
Yeah.
Are there um, are there things or folks that you would love to work with, or things that you'd like to try within the marketplace that potentially you haven't had the opportunity to? Thinking about like the idea of like the structure of the book and being able to play around with what a book is as an object.
Yeah,
That's
not right now. And actually, we are doing some really fun that I can't really tell right now. I guess
okay.
some really fun books that I'm doing that are a bit different from the books I've done before. So it's not that I miss something, because I think that we develop and do new and fun projects all the time.
Yeah, yeah. No, that
Yeah.
makes. I don't want you to. Yeah, don't sell the company secrets.
No, no,
Uh,
no.
for
I
the-
don't want them to get mad at me.
yeah, I always think it's interesting the idea of how much you can share on a project for kid like, because I tend to
I
like stay away from showing stuff online until I get clearance.
Yeah, I
But
know. I actually called my Swedish publisher today to said because I said to her I have this backup plan if it doesn't work with my
really,
porcelain pencils, and I asked, can I show the books if I will try out two different covers, and she said yes, you can do that. I think that has changed a bit. Before it was so much, before anything was published. It's a bit more loosen up
yeah,
nowadays with social media and stuff, that you can do some sneak peeks. It's kind of part of the
yeah,
marketing.
yeah. There's a threshold of how much there. With the publishers I've worked with, there's like a percentage, and I forget what it is, but I want to say it's like you can show 15% of the book,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
and it's like I don't
Yeah.
know what that
No.
means because it. I mean, I understand. I could break down like how many pages are in a
Yeah.
book and figure out what 50% is,
Yeah.
but you would think that it is a real advantage to sort of let people behind the scenes. So I always
Yeah.
find it exciting to sort of see when people are that are going to be published, so I get to see the beginning stages or the thought process.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, to me, it would be a boon for them to be able to say, "Hey, look at this! Look at how this has turned out in the end." After seeing the behind the
Yeah.
scenes of sorts, um, with with the work that you do, is there? I mean, obviously, like you've done a bunch of board
Yeah.
books
Yes.
and other types of books, but is there a type of book in particular that you sort of gravitate towards? Like I think picture books is probably my realm, but
Yeah.
board books also seem really fun just because of the variety. And
Yeah.
I don't want this is going to sound awful the way I start saying this, but the speed at which you can do them. And I know that they take time and they take patience and they take skill and things of the sort, but just because less pages
Yes.
that you can move project to project
Yes.
seems very.
And I do. I'm sorry, I didn't really hear you there, but I like board books because I really like the simplicity.
Yeah. Okay.
I love, okay, this is a board book. It's not that big. Every single detail and item must be perfect. I mean, nothing. It shall not be too much, and every color should be every spread should have the perfect color combination. So I really like that challenge that you have so less to work with, and therefore it has to be
Yeah.
perfect. You
No,
understand?
no, I say to people all the time that simple is harder than complex.
Yes. Yes.
And that idea, I mean, the sentiment that I always stress to people is that if you have a million birds on a page and you screw up one feather,
Yeah.
it doesn't make a difference. But if you have one bird on a page and
Exactly.
you feather, everybody's going to notice.
Yes,
So
yes.
that
And
that
I like that challenge. So no, yes, so board books are my favorites, I would say.
and with the board books that you do, how much of it is your say versus like, are you pitching the board books or are they coming to you with ideas saying, hey, can you do one on this subject or
They they have mostly come to me with their ideas and asked, but they have gotten some ideas of illustrations or stuff I've done. For example, I a couple of years ago I did a lot of black and white clay characters. Just small characters that I did in clay, and I painted them with many different patterns. So my English company, a publishing house, got inspired by those patterns, and that turned out to a cloth book with simple illustrations, but kind of based on those patterns.
Yeah,
So so they are really, they follow my work and see stuff and can tell that this could be a book.
yeah. This is they see the inkling of something and
Yes,
sort of
yes,
use it as a spark to
yeah,
ignite fire in you.
yeah.
I
And
don't know.
a couple of books I have pitched. For example, for Marcel Joachim, my French editing house that now is part of Gallimard. I pitched a book to her because when my son was just half a year, he was just obsessed with very basic shapes. I could put him in front of a curtain and he could just sit and stare at this curtain. And so I thought I need to do, the first books for a small baby with just simple shapes. So
Yeah,
we did four leporellos based on like squares and triangles and circles, and put them in a box. And then we did a mobile together with it. And I was so proud over that product because it was my idea. It felt like you really had the baby in mind, because I think that's also so important that when you do your illustration and books, it's fun when the parents like them, but you have to think of the child and the baby. For example, I think the fed flaps are just perfect for that because the adults like them, but the small kids are also very kept. I don't know the word. They really are
yeah,
fascinated by them.
yeah.
So you can never forget the child perspective.
No, I mean,
Even if you work graphic or modern or whatever, you have to be childish as well at the same time.
admittedly, even as an adult, I get fascinated by lift the flat books, and
Yeah.
I don't, I don't think that's a kid specific thing. I get very excited about interactivity or
Yeah.
books that do something that is more than just a flip the
Yeah.
page,
Yeah.
or challenge the convention of what a book can be.
Yeah.
I think is always sort of a lovely thing to throw in the mix. Um,
I
with the,
I just have to comment about working by hand like this. If I would have done this at the computer, there are so many things I should have changed, but now I just have to, go with the flow. So I hope this is not too ugly.
no, this is lovely. No, it's adorable. What is Klosk, or how do you say that at the top? What is that?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know the word in English. It's where you go, to go to a small stand and buy candy.
Oh, sort of like
It's,
a market, uh,
yeah,
or something.
maybe like a
Oh,
stand.
yeah,
Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah,
It's seeing the. I mean, I personally love the challenge of when you make a mistake, you have to live with it.
yeah, yeah.
But I can understand, but I think that I don't. What you see is probably like, oh, these are issues or what things that you would change. I don't see it all
No,
at this point. So
good,
don't
good.
don't fret over it of any
No,
sort.
no, no.
Uh, and so this marker is causing me problems here. Um, hold on a second. I gotta shake a marker in the background. So tell me a little bit about sort of because I know you said you're at a summer house right now where you're like what it looked like you were up in the countryside. Uh,
Yes, it's a small village where in the wintertime only four families live.
whoa,
Yeah.
that's not a village. That's
Oh, maybe what's the word in?
well, I'm just saying it's so small that like that's like you don't have a police officer or a mailman or anything of the
No,
sort.
no, 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 no,
That,
nothing.
that's
We have the ice cream truck every Saturday. That's it.
that's the big event that
Yes, it
and
is.
someone is it someone, one of those few families that has to operate the ice cream truck, or is it something
No,
from?
no, it's a
Oh,
company.
yeah. I just like that's not very exciting if you're like, oh, the big event is the ice cream truck. I got to go
Yeah.
drive. Um,
No, actually, the big event in the village is, as I said, we have this art studio tour
yeah.
first weekend of August every year, where around the island there are 29, this year, 29 participants. And everyone just have for the weekend the studio open and you sell art. And the Friday before it starts, we have like opening, because we are many in this village, like five studios, or or where people open their where they work. And then we go around and we drink wine and
Oh, now we're
and we go to each other, and all the, it's like the part the yeah,
I
it's
understand.
just so much fun. Everyone comes. It's like 30 or 40
Once you
people, which
wine,
is a lot.
that everybody comes out when wine bottles open.
Yes,
And,
wine and art,
yeah.
wine and art. Yeah.
Yeah. And with the community there is, so people are coming from like far away to visit
Yeah.
town when that happens.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, not far away, I would say, the islands around. But actually, last year, a couple of one or two Insta followers came, which was very nice. And you can take the boat from Stockholm. It takes like 2 hours and 15 minutes or something. And it's a nice tour throughout the archipelago coming here. So that was so sweet that she showed up.
Wait, I have a weird question for you, and bear with me here because I don't remember where.
Yes.
There is some uh, fish that comes in a can
Yes,
from one of the.
surströmming, that rotten.
Is that from there, like Stockholm? Would you find that in Stockholm?
Uh, yeah, I think you found it throughout all Sweden. I do think it's in the beginning from more north. Uh, but yes, you get it in all Sweden, and it's a special time of year you eat that. And I have actually never tasted it.
Okay,
Uh,
I was going to ask.
I think it could be good because I like. I don't know the other word, another fish that is a bit the same, that's but not as rotten that I like.
Not rotten.
But I felt the smell of it, and it's quite awful.
That is
I
so.
think it smell. I think it's like cheese. It smells worse than it tastes.
Oh yeah, I imagine that. I'm based on like there's a lot of foods that are in that same range. It's just one of those ones where I see so many videos of it. And I'm like, people really eat this thing?
Yeah, yeah,
The
yes,
reactions are always so over the top.
yeah,
And
yeah.
and then with uh, with some of the work that you do you get a chance to go into some of the like bigger cities and really partake in sort of the art and culture scene, or is that something like are you in Stockholm during the majority of the year?
Yes.
Okay.
Nowadays, since our kids are grown, me and my husband, since we are both freelance, we're going away a couple of months every winter.
Okay.
So 3 years ago we were in Los Angeles for. I was there 2 months, and my husband was there 3 months. Since he is a script writer, he wanted to be there, and he has friends there. And the last 2 years we've been in southern France for the winter. But normally I work from home in Stockholm now.
Wait, he's a scriptwriter like for television?
Yes, television and movies.
Has he done anything we would know?
In Sweden, yes. The one series that people saw outside Sweden was a TV show called Clark,
Okay.
about a Swedish criminal that actually died today.
Oh.
The this criminal. Anyway, and it was directed by a quite famous Swedish director called Jonas Åkerlund, who did many pop videos in the 90s for Madonna and, you know, like everyone. So that series was a big Netflix hit. So you can check that out,
All
Clark.
right.
So that I think that's the most spread thing he has
I
done.
feel it's funny because like we're in the world of kidlit, and there are so many people that are famous that we know in this industry,
Yeah.
and yet like I can sit there and be like, oh, that person, yeah, yeah, that's not a big deal. But then you tell me that your husband's a screenwriter, and I'm immediately like, oh, tell me, tell me,
Yeah.
tell me. Oh, I don't understand. Like I don't know. I've said it on here ages ago, but I really think it's true that like I've seen behind the curtain of how art is made so much that art is not the thing that I'm like. If I have to spend my free time doing something, it's generally not art.
Okay, so what do you do then?
Well, it's other things. Like I'd rather watch shows or do things that are sort of art adjacent.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like game is not the first thing I want to do,
No,
um,
no.
because it's not new or inventive to me at this point.
I understand.
And it's not to say it's bad, but it's like getting behind the scenes of a mechanic and seeing how they actually make a
Yeah.
car work
Yes.
is like
Yeah,
fascinating to me at this point.
I understand.
Yeah, so it's all those things that are like, how does someone else's brain
Yeah,
work, and how
yeah.
how to do the thing that they do that I can't ever understand.
I know, I know.
So I'm just looking at the comments here just to see if I missed anything here real quick. Um, man, you're really going on that. How so when you finish this porcelain thing, like you go
Yes.
top of glazed porcelain, and someone asked about wiping it off. Like if you're just fast, you can get rid of it.
I
But
know I could. I mean, if I'm not satisfied with this, I think I could wash this off if I really, you know, scratched and restart. But I'm going to put this in the oven and have it burnt in the oven, and then it sits. Like
yeah,
here's a lid, for example, for a bowl I did. So here I painted with gold colors and black, and this, you know, this sits forever.
and does it
And here's a cup I did.
does it change color from the colors that you're working in?
No. Yes, if you forget them in the oven.
Uh, oh,
That
okay.
happened once.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So it was like burnt. But no, it's the same color.
Interesting. Okay, I just my wife and I when we first got into well, not when we first got into the pandemic, but when the pandemic first
Yeah.
hit, uh, we got excited about sort of doing little ceramic things in our house, and we had a little mini potter's wheel that was this little tiny thing that sat on your desk and
Oh,
whatnot.
fun.
But we never we were always using it with air dry clay and things of the sort because we didn't have a kiln. But I know you can use your microwave and oven for things of the sort. But I always thought about like, oh, it'd be fun to be able to glaze things
Yes,
and
yes.
seeing these markers. What do you know? What brand of markers those are that you're using?
This Edding, Edding, Edding,
Okay.
and they're really smooth to draw with.
Yeah, I mean it's basically it's like a paint marker on top of
Yeah, yes.
the surface. That's and does it lay down flat? I'm asking all these like technical
Yeah,
questions now, but this is
yes, yes.
and so like you don't end up with streaks of sorts
No,
if you don't want.
no, no. I mean, a bit. So I have to, you know, fill in but it's really flat.
Yeah, that's cool. I might have to look into that. I mean, the idea of finding old porcelain pieces too, so you're not just working with like a generic thing from a store sounds
No, no, it's fun, and especially the ones I found. Now I don't have an example here. I like when you find vintage white porcelain, and it has gold details, and you can continue. You know, many has like perhaps a flower or a branch or something, and you can continue with gold because I have some gold colors as well here, and then you can continue with gold color
yeah.
yourself.
So
So it's fun to integrate your illustration with the existing details on the pots, for
yeah.
example.
So you're having to do like the flat color. Are you going to go back and do line work, or are you going to leave it?
Here I'm going to leave it. Yes, I'm just going to see because it was so dark, the brown. I'll see if I can scratch some black and have some
I
white.
know I just saw the little like toothpick or whatever you had, and
Yes,
I'm thinking like you could do scratch board even on it and like chip away at stuff.
yeah. You see, you can scratch away because I think it was not enough contrast here between the ear and the black.
That's cool. I'm excited by
It's
that. I think my wife and I,
fun. It's really fun.
yeah, my wife and I like to do antiquing and going out, and so looking for like old porcelain pieces to
Yes.
work on would be very very fun. Um, I'm trying to figure out. I have to build. I have this whole piece that I'm working on right now here in the background, and I'm trying to figure out. Well, not in the background, but I'm trying to figure out the order.
Yeah. And what are you doing?
So I don't know if you can see your screen at all, but um,
I'm
it
going up. Yeah. Now I'm racing to watch.
yeah.
Yes, I see.
So
Wow.
it's two little pigs that are on a construction site, and a pipe is burst. And
Mm,
but the problem is, I need to figure out because it's collage. I have to figure out what order to put things down in.
yeah.
So
Oh, I love collage. I used to work in
yeah,
collage a lot before. It's fun.
it's it's fun, but it's challenging
Yeah.
over time. No matter
Yes.
what order do I need to do it in order to make sure I don't have to go back and redo things
No, no.
after the fact. And so I'm just trying to find like the right colors to sit on the surface where I need it, and uh, it's all challenging. But so thinking about, I know I asked about sort of the change in aesthetic or change in style and whatnot, and you mentioned that working with different publishers has given you opportunities to mess around in that manner. But I also want to sort of broach the general topic of your aesthetic and how that came to be. What are some of, like, how do you make some of the decisions that you're making aesthetically? And is that you has evolved naturally? Is there something that you tried, like that you've been trying to achieve as you
No,
go along?
no, actually, it came natural to me the way I work because I was surrounded when I grew up with aesthetics from the 50s when it comes to art and furniture and we had a lot of like comic books with comics from the 50s from the New Yorker, etc. So I was always fascinated by that aesthetics from that time.
Yeah,
So when I started to work at art school, it just came naturally to me that that was the way I solved my illustrations or solved the assignments we got in that style. And when I look at, I mean, I still have, of course, all the stuff I exhibited at the final exhibition after graduating, and you can really tell it's me. I mean, it's still the same colors and aesthetics and characters. Of course, hopefully better today
yeah,
because I mean you do hopefully evolve during 30 years.
yeah,
But still, sometimes when you do some illustrations, you know that this one is going to last. I mean, this one I'm going to like all the time, and some other illustrations, you just are embarrassed when you see them.
yeah. No, oh, I know. I mean, there's things that I made, weeks ago that I'm horrified.
Yeah,
That I don't think that's that's not tied to a specific
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
it's old to hate it
yeah.
of any sort. Were
So,
there
so it's so as to answer your question, it's been looking like this all the time.
yeah is when you say that that it's been looking like that, meaning are there certain things that you sort of like I go through stages of different types of eye shapes or
Oh,
different
yeah, 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 yeah,
different animals that I'm sort of excited about
yeah.
drawing or things of the sort. Are there certain things like right now that you look at and you go like, oh, I'm in my such and such?
I know it's so fun with this detailed question because I was thinking of that today when I was working on an illustration, and I'm like, okay, shall the eyes be round or a bit oval, or shall they be like this? Because that changes so much if you do like that. You see
Yeah.
what I mean? So no, I'm working at all at the same time.
Yeah.
All the different. I try. One thing that has changed when we are really speaking about details is when I look at my illustrations from the 90s. God, the pupils are so small. They look like this. I mean, so ugly. With eyes like this. I do. The pupils has grown throughout the years.
Yeah, it's funny because I go through and I'm in that same boat of you know I go through basically on every piece and look and say like, okay, is it funnier if I have something small, something
I
big?
know.
Is it better to make the character like, or like does it give some visual significance if they're a certain proportion to the head
I know, and it's
decisions?
so small things that change the whole feeling of an illustration or
Yeah.
a character. If the head is bigger, or the shoes are bigger, or shorter arms, or whatever, it's so small things that you work on all the time and see, is this better or not?
Is do you find that for this I'm going to change all this. Do you find that when you're working on those kinds of decisions and trying to figure out um, shape or size or proportion or all those things that we just talked about, do you ever find that the the decision that you make is dependent on what you're looking at as far as like the influences you have or things of that sort? And what I mean, or I guess the way to sort of help direct this question is to say, when you're working on something like that, do you look at other artists?
Not much. No, I've never. And if I've been looking at other artists, they are old. I mean, dead. like, like old children's work from the
Okay.
50s. I rarely look at contemporary. I don't know why. Maybe because I just don't want to be influenced. I want to feel that if something suddenly would look similar, I know I haven't looked. Do you understand what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yep.
So I just want to, do my thing.
No, I'm right there with you. I mean, I have the tendency to shy away from looking at a bunch of artists on the regular. My wife even mentioned to me the other day, maybe it was last night or maybe it was today. I don't even remember at this point about how much art she looks at on Instagram versus how much I
Yeah,
do. I'm,
yeah,
I'm looking at dumb memes of cats and
yes,
weird,
y-
people falling down.
yeah. Me
Uh,
too. I'm looking at people falling down or people getting scared.
yeah, yeah.
That's these scare when,
Part
yeah,
part of
yeah.
it though
Yes,
that intent,
stupid reels.
yeah. Part of it though is that intention of I don't want to be looking too much at what other people are doing
No,
and getting caught up in it, and then all of a sudden I'm trying to replicate some
yeah,
pre-existing notion of what aesthetic I should be doing.
yeah.
I'm trying to figure out this. Like, I think that's probably it. Okay, I'm making mud come shooting out of the pipe on
Okay,
this one.
cool.
Trying to figure out the angle in which I choose. Um, so with sort of looking at the you mentioned the idea of the difference between sort of the Swedish publishers and the French and the English and whatnot. What are some of the pros and cons for each of those? You mentioned the idea of like, yeah, you get to be collaborative with some of the publishers you work with now, but are there other pros or are there cons to working with something that's like out of country or a different market?
Um, it's just fun to see something else. I mean, me and my husband did at least 10 children's book together in Sweden before I started to work more abroad. And it's just fun to, I remember first time visiting the English publishing house and some French publishing houses in Paris. It's just fascinating and exotic to see that it's different, but still so much the same.
Yeah.
Um, and as I said before, the big thing for me is that you can do books that are so much different from the Swedish books I did before when it comes to uh, format and material, so on.
Do you find that the
And
concept? I
and
mean, I'm
so sorry, one more thing.
yeah.
Working with the French markets, it's also so much fun because it feels like every little small town in France has a book fair or book festival. So I've been to many nice small French villages around France for workshops and book signing. Uh,
Mhm.
and and that doesn't happen in Sweden at all. We have maybe three or four most different literature festivals, but in France the year before COVID I was like on five different trips to France signing books.
Do you find that the like looking at historically at the types of books that are in Sweden when you were growing up, um, and or when you were younger versus the books that you're working on now, or what's contemporary there, do you find that there's a big difference in the type of books? Like when I think of, and this is me being, bear with me, being super American
Mm,
here. When I think of Swedish books, I often think of older books. I don't think of like a lot of current books, and I know there's plenty of current books.
yes,
Um,
there are. Yeah, yeah,
but I think of like the historical reference point first
yeah,
versus um, the contemporary side.
yeah, yeah,
Like I said, I know that's probably wrong because here I am saying like, oh, that's all they have to
yeah.
offer. Um,
But to be honest, I'm not so. I knew much more about the Swedish children's book before. Of course, know a lot about them since I follow many fellow Swedish illustrators on Instagram, and I'm friends with them. But I knew more about Swedish children's books when my kids were small because
yeah,
then I read so many of them.
yeah,
To be honest,
yes. There
yeah,
actually it was you had a older perspective on or a historical perspective on it that compared to what you have now.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I mean, like when I think back there's eras within the U.S. market that I can um, sort of pinpoint when a book is from because of the aesthetic, and some people love different aesthetics because that's when they grew up
yeah.
with. Like I love books from like the 70s and 80s, but the 90s I was too old for that,
Yes,
and then all of a sudden it becomes, well, those look really sort of like cheesy to me. But I know
yeah, yeah,
kids that are students that I have who are like, no, that's the best era.
yeah,
I love so and so,
yeah, yeah,
A,
yeah.
B, or C.
Yeah.
Um,
I I I like, of course, because that was like the only children's book I had. I loved. I don't know the English title, or I should, but I don't know. I forgot. Richard Scarry. Is it Busy Town?
yeah,
What's the English
yep,
title?
Busy
I
Town.
loved that one.
Yeah, no, that one's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Richard Scarry. I love like the silliness that was involved in it, and the like
Yeah. Yeah.
so many different things
I
going on.
know. I
That,
know all the details and yeah, just adorable.
yeah, the my wife's asking, have you been to Bologna, the festival in Italy?
Yes. Have you?
I have not, and I'm dying to go.
Yes. I mean, it's at the same time, to be honest, both inspiring and depressing. I mean, it's inspiring, of course, but also, the amount of books you see there, you're like, God, how can I contribute? There are so many books here. It's huge,
Yeah,
but so much fun and inspirational, of
and the
course.
food.
And the food, yes. And all the meetings with people. I mean, it's really fun.
Yeah, no, we are gonna go at some point, but I know that yeah, it'll be me coming in as an outsider, looking at it as a spectator, and sort of being overwhelmed like I'm at a
Yeah,
circus, or you know what I mean. Like it's just gonna be probably a lot to handle.
yeah, yeah. It is. You're exhausted afterwards.
And
I
did you
think
go?
just I think I'm done with this one.
Okay.
So this is how it looks, and I mean this one is a lot of work, but I think I'm just going to start with it. I will not have time to finish it, but
Okay.
I'll start with this. Do you see it? Is it in the?
Yeah.
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 Yes. Yes. I'll start at the bottom. Now I see. I can adjust it a bit. I'll continue with this one, and this is going to be more like a nature theme. You see,
Yeah.
like that.
I like a bit more of a asymmetric.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes. Yeah. We'll see how that works.
so when you're sketching, one of the things. So I've been doing these mentorships with folks, and last night I was meeting with uh, a new mentee, and one of the things that I think I don't want to say it shocked her, but I think there was a question about sort of like the amount of sketching that I was suggesting, especially for someone just starting out in illustration,
Yeah.
uh, and, and the idea of like thumbnails, and you gotta get through a lot of different ideas
Yes.
of
I always start with thumbnails as well when I do children's books. Yeah.
how many. I mean, the question I have is sort of how many thumbnails are you doing? Is there something like one of the things that I tell students, and we have students at school that we require them sometimes to do 50 thumbnails, and they go, why 50? That's so many. But it's about breaking past a point of comfort,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
or something you're not just relying on some predefined notion of what an illustration is supposed to be, or the basic setup. But I'm
Yeah.
wondering,
Yeah.
when you're doing your sketches, is there some sort of um, I don't want to say threshold, but is there some level that you're trying to get to with your application?
No. The thing is, I quite quickly see in my head how I want an illustration to look like. So I'm not doing that many roughs or
Okay. Or some,
thumbnails. And often I don't even show the the roughs to the publishing house. I take the risk and work directly in like Illustrator or do the final artwork in Procreate. Not when I do children's book, because then I mean, it's so much more. You have like a couple of sentences, and you can solve the scene in so many ways. So therefore, I have, of course, to do sketches, and there I maybe do two or three different versions. You could show either this in the illustration, or you could show something else from another
yeah.
perspective. But since I work so much with board books, it's time worth and better for me to work directly in Illustrator. I do easy thumbnails for myself, but you can't really tell what it is. So it's better that I just have them for myself and then work directly in Illustrator
I
and
mean,
do final artwork.
especially if you're ending up in Illustrator, you can move stuff around, and it's vector point, so
Yes,
you can tweak all those.
exactly. It's so
Yeah.
easy to make changes. It's not like I'm doing an acrylic painting. It's easy to do changes, and it's easier for the client to understand the image if it's not only a ugly rough.
Yeah. Do you now? One of the things I was saying to that student the other night is like I'm at a point where I do a lot of the thumbnailing in my own head before I actually draw it.
Exactly. Me too. Me too.
It doesn't mean that there aren't bad sketches, but sometimes they don't make it to paper. Let's put it
Mm.
that
No,
way.
exactly.
And that idea of sort of being able to weed out and figure out what works and what doesn't work early on is a very tough skill to learn, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
to sort of be able to see before, or see the mistakes before they happen.
Yes.
But I'm wondering, with with your work, is there a point in which um, you know, like this is not going to work um, for specific reasons or consistent reasons? Like for me, it doesn't work if it starts to get too formulaic or it starts to become
Mhm.
rigid.
Yeah,
And so I can very quickly go, oh, that's out. I'm
yeah, yeah.
out.
Good question. I, I, I don't really know. I mean, if no, I don't. I didn't. I don't really know what to answer to that. It's just a gut feeling. This is not working. This is too busy. This is I don't know where to put my eyes on this. This is too. Um, yeah, maybe it's when it's too busy and you don't really know where to start to look at an image.
Yeah.
It was
It,
it was actually a speech at the conference I were in Buxtehude this weekend, talking about where they could follow where a baby look at an image. And of course it's when it's simple, when it's faces, when it's eyes, they start to look maybe at the left and go to the right, things like that. And I think you if you have worked a long time, maybe you have that natural in you that you know what
yeah.
works.
Yeah. You know the angle or you know the like visually
Yeah,
where to play. Like I've gotten to the point where I don't sit there and fret over uh, tangents as much. I just naturally spot, oh, this doesn't line up well
yeah, yeah,
without having to like go back and correct it after the fact. And every once in a while, there's a few times where something doesn't line up or it hits, but for the most part, I can solve a good chunk of that before it happens.
yeah, yeah.
Do you find like are there skills? This is the like cool art school question that you would get um, uh, when you go visit. But are there skills that you think, looking back, that you wish you knew about, or things you wish you knew how to handle at an earlier point in your career that you could relay to people? Um, in the sense of like
Yeah,
I
give me an
yeah,
example. I can't really come up with something
like I
spontaneous.
say that I think when I started out, I definitely leaned on trying to mimic and to been to what I expected people to like and
Yeah,
didn't care as much about what I do,
yeah,
right? So that's an easy one to sort of relay. But I would even say, just on a technical question or on a technical side, I spent way too much time trying to be perfect with
yeah,
my
yeah,
not accept the mistakes.
yes,
Go back and look like I was very, very careful about like this edge has to be super sharp
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah, yeah. I cannot. I'm sorry. I can't not come up with any
uh,
answer to that.
that's fine.
Yeah,
You don't. It's
I maybe I love my iPad. I wish I bought an iPad and like Procreate earlier than I did.
yeah.
Because I struggled and tried to work more organic in Illustrator, and it didn't work because Illustrator is very graphic. So I should have bought that earlier.
So
I mean,
are you
so maybe you should really, really, yeah.
are you
But
working on Illustrator on the iPad then?
what did you say?
Do you do the Illustrator stuff on the iPad?
I do my the felt flaps and the peekaboos and the cloth books, etc. No, the cloth book actually I do on Procreate, but the felt flaps and other board books I do in Illustrator. But for example, Marvelous Margot that you showed, I did that one in Procreate.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
But when you use Illustrator, it's on the computer, or it's on the iPad.
It's on the computer.
Okay.
I'm extremely traditional. I started, working in Illustrator at the first version that ever existed,
Yeah.
long time ago. So with a mouse, and at one point I bought a vacuum board, or I don't know
Oh,
the name was.
yeah.
and I didn't even unpack it because I didn't want to I wanted to have my mouse, so I still work with my mouse and I sit there and I
That
click my illustrations.
that's
So that's why I'm so happy to have my iPad, so I can have the contrast in having a pencil. But I don't want to use a pencil when I work in Illustrator. I'm going to click until the end.
I when I use Illustrator, I use a mouse as well. I think it's just the precision
Yeah.
uh, of it, and I am not comfortable. Well, the reason why I was asking about do you use Illustrator on the iPad is I'm much more comfortable drawing on the iPad with a stylus compared to the computer itself,
Mm,
and therefore when I like if I'm going to use Illustrator, I do it on the computer instead.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Me too.
I'm more designy when I get into Illustrator. Like I'm much more rigid, and I'm using it primarily for design purposes and not illustration.
No. Okay.
Or it's like I'll do lettering or something of the sort in,
Yeah. Yeah.
but I'm not actively making a full illustration in there, or at least I haven't in years.
Okay.
Um, so tell me a little bit about um, sort of your experience in that advertising world. And the reason why I ask is I've heard so many like horror stories about how aggressive and challenging and whatnot um, the advertising market is.
Yeah, but this is such a long time ago. I mean, I can't really even remember. But of course, it was a totally different ambiance, or how to say, when you visited an advertising agency compared to going to the publishing house.
Yeah.
People had so much attitude and were so young, and yeah, everyone worked all night long, and I just felt uncomfortable. It wasn't my people, if you
Yeah,
understand.
no. I know a few folks that have worked in advertising throughout the years, and it tends to be a very they even today it sounds like they burn out relatively quickly
Yeah,
just
yeah,
because it is fast paced and there's a
yeah.
lot of money on
And
it.
so the deadlines, I mean, I really love working with books. I mean, even if I juggle many books at the same time, you have deadlines that are long compared to working with magazines and advertising, of
Yeah.
course. I mean, they always wanted the illustration,
Yes.
like yesterday. Oh, hate that expression.
Yeah. It's I did a couple little small like uh gigs for advertising things, and I just remember them being super specific. That was very challenging, like because of the marketing side. Like there was a thing where they needed a specific color in a piece, and yet I was doing it all
Yeah,
traditional. They say like can you have this Pantone in it? It's like I can't unless I make the piece and then try to match everything to that Pantone
yeah,
after the and it was very very not a exciting environment to be in for
no,
I
no,
but I also know that it paid really well and
yeah, yeah,
there's a sacrifice to be made there.
yes, yes.
um, are there any sort of art ventures um, that you've gone down, like a road that you've gone down and you're like this is absolutely not for you long term, that you're like oh I never should have taken the time to try that one out, or
Um,
or have things been smooth sailing?
I would say smooth. In the beginning there, as I said, the first illustration group I joined, sometimes you could get, if they didn't call for you and just called, we need an illustration and can you do it in this style?
Yeah,
I once tried to work in a style that wasn't mine. I was just desperate and it didn't work out. And I called a colleague in the middle of the night and asked, "Can you do this?" And he said, "No, you're calling me at 1:30. You're crazy." So I had to solve this. Should be in like a more an Art Deco style. And after that, I felt I will never ever. not do my own style. I will just do what I am best at, not try to, you know, try that it should look like something else.
Did was it that it just like
It
was?
was it was just so hard. I knew what they wanted. I knew the style they wanted, and I couldn't do it. I
Yeah.
tried and tried, and it looked awful, and I was desperate. I did solve it in the end, but it was not fun. I
I,
panicked.
I mean that idea of trying to tackle someone else's style is
Yeah,
I
no, you should not do that.
not
So I learned that I should never do
yeah
that.
not just that you shouldn't do it, but I think that it's just like a little bit of a like it's a tricky game because there are publishers, there are people out there that want you to sort of mimic either things that other people have done or stuff that you have done in the past too. And they look at your work and they go like, "Oh, we really love this thing that you did,
Yeah,
3 years ago. Can you just do that again?"
yeah,
And I'm not that excited by it,
no,
and
no, no.
turn it down, especially if you need the money side of things. So Devin Holsworth, I don't know if you know Devin Holsworth, who's a lovely illustrator, was actually in the same year of my time at RISD.
Mhm.
Said, has Ingela already talked about her typical daily routines?
No,
How do,
not yet.
yeah, can you give us a little rundown? I know you like mornings, or
Yes,
that you're a
yes,
morning and day person, but
yeah.
outside of
So I would say I go up very early, like 5:30 at the latest.
okay,
And then I drink coffee for half an hour and I solve, now I'm looking for my toothpick. I solve the Wordle and then the mini and then connections at New York Times. I have to do that before I do anything else.
okay.
Uh, and then I check my emails and answer things that I was too tired to answer the evening before. Um, and then I start work. So I could, start working like 7 and just hit the iPad or computer. And then I never ever work like an entire day. I train a lot. I do
Yeah.
triathlons. So I go away to the gym or swim or spinning classes or whatever, and do something else, and then maybe I go to the ceramic studio for a couple of hours, and then especially now when the kids are grown up, I work in the evening again, but not too late because I have to go to bed like 9:30. So I divide my days. I could never work 9 to 5 nonstop. I need to take breaks.
Do you with the triathlon stuff? Are you swimming like the triathlon? Obviously, like you swim in a large body of water at some point, I assume.
Yes,
But where you are, that's not nice, warm Caribbean
not at all. You have to wait until July. No, no. I have to go to a swimming. Do you say swimming hall in
swimming
the winter?
pool
Yeah,
or facility.
yeah, yeah. Exactly, in the winter. Uh, but I think I haven't yet taking a dip here in the ocean. But I hope in like a week or so it could be okay still with a swimsuit for me
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
because I tend to be cold.
Freeze up in this. Like, I mean, I know that I think you guys are more north than we are here. I'm pretty sure of it. But I just the amount of cold that
Yeah.
I put up
But
with.
did that happen in the US? Everyone started to take winter baths during COVID. It was like a trend here.
Yeah, no, that became a big thing over here. I never did it. I have no interest.
Me neither. Me neither.
It's does not sound appealing to me to freeze my buns off,
Me neither.
and I don't. I mean, I think there's supposed to be like, or the theory is there's some health benefit
Yeah.
to it, but it's not a health benefit that I'm interested in at this
Me
point.
no.
Or
Me neither.
it's a and antithetical to what I would call a health
Mm,
benefit. But I assume it's all based on that like polar plunge and those kind of like Nordic jumping in the freezing cold water. But
yeah,
I yeah,
yeah,
not my tea.
not me.
Um,
No, answering about routine, I need to do different things during a
yeah,
day. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, even just at as an illustrator, as I get older, the sedentary aspect of when I stand up after illustrating for a while,
yeah,
my
yeah,
knees and my back and
yeah,
everything
yeah.
over time. So, um, someone someone says they have an ice barrel that they jump in. Jeremy,
Okay. Oh,
yeah, good for you, Jeremy.
yeah.
Proud of you. I want no part. Um, are there like this is I will say, and I don't think I said it at the top, but I'm willing to talk about anything, and so I'm jumping into this triathlon thing for a minute, is because it's so out of my realm. Like I am not a big uh, runner of any sort, and I don't quite understand the excitement of it.
No,
I know that people have it. I'm not judging you. I'm not saying like,
no, no, no.
but I'm wondering sort of like what is the exciting part for you when you are doing a triathlon? Is there like I mean, I know there's like a thing called a runner's high.
Yeah, it's definitely that, or a cycling high also. I mean, if you really, you know, if you have tailwind and nice people you ride with, it's really something extra. But for me, it's really, I would say I'm kind of an anxious person, so it's just, if I have a problem or thinking of something relating to work or whatever, and I feel really anxious about it, it's just gone after a spinning class. It's just so interesting how the body just, instead of pills, you're feeling so much better afterwards. So for me, it's just, I just need to do it.
It allows you to run away from people too.
Yeah,
If there's something bad on, you can just
yeah,
get on a bike ride and never have to talk to them again.
yes.
Yeah,
Perfect. No, but it's really for me. I just need it for just being. I mean, my husband often says that, if I have a cold for 2 weeks, I'm not happy. I'm not fun to be
yeah.
around.
I've had a cold now for a little bit, and I'm probably not the most fun to be around because I'm
Oh,
not exciting to anybody. I'm sitting around like a lazy bum.
Mm.
Um, I started up with a personal trainer at the gym and did one session of it and then got the cold.
Oh
And
no.
I worry that she's just looking at it going like, wow, he really bailed.
Yeah.
I told her it's because I have a cold, but
Yes.
and for her, she's like, I'll do it through anything, and I'm not going to sit there and hack up a lung.
No,
Uh,
no.
I need the exercise. Um, and then with doing something like that, this is one of those things. This is going to be a weird question. So you're out there, you do a triathlon, you go out there and you practice and whatnot. Do you do that on days that you spend a lot of time in studio?
What do you mean? Again, how do you mean?
Okay, meaning like when I started with this personal trainer, my first thought was, "Oh dear Lord, when I get home, I have to go and draw and paint and things of the sort, and I'm worried that my arms are going to be just
Yeah.
noodles, and I'm not going to have the strength or the fortitude to sort of see it through." And
Yeah, but you'll
maybe
get used to it.
okay,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just like imagining myself with like shaky arms trying to make a shape that I need or whatever it
Yeah,
is.
yeah, I know, I know. It has happened actually when if you train too hard, you're like,
Like, why are all your characters like
I
wobbling?
know.
Like, I
Yeah,
don't know. Um, it's I can just imagine that that especially with triathlon because of the endurance and the length in which you go,
Yeah, yeah.
be a little bit
But I
challenging.
mean, it's not so much arms; it's more legs.
Yeah, that I mean that's true,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
when I was thinking about what I was doing, it was like we were doing arm and
yeah,
chest
yeah,
weightlifting, and it's like that's going to burn me out. So,
yeah,
um, boring topic for people that are not
yeah, yeah,
here. Yeah. So, Mark, you are wondering how. Oh yeah. So one of the questions here that I must have missed was about greeting cards and breaking into the stationery or the surface design
yeah.
aspect and sort of how did that come to be? Is that something that you have been doing for a long time? Is that is there,
Yes, it was actually one of my first. I mean, after a while, when I started, let's see, it was 92. I didn't have internet or I didn't email clients or anything. But after a while, uh, oh God, now I'm getting tight. What was, yes, it was greeting cards. Anyway, after a while, you got access to internet, and I got an agent in London.
okay?
My first agent was the organization in London, and then I started to do some greeting cards, and I came in contact with Lagom Design, a very nice UK-based greeting card and stationery company, and been doing cards for them ever since. Not so often anymore, but I recently did a range of cards actually that came out just a couple of months ago. Um, and those cards has meant a great deal to me because the first cards I did for them were seen by a Swedish company, and they didn't even know I was Swedish, so they contacted me and asked about these cards, and it happened to be that we were very close in Stockholm. She was just a couple of blocks away,
Yeah,
and she wanted to do some poster, not out of the cards, but in the same style. So I did some posters for her, and these posters were then later on seen by the French publishing house in a store in Paris or Copenhagen, I don't remember. So the French publishing house contacted me, and I started to do work for the this company. So you can see some work that you have done. You can really see this work led to
yeah.
this, which led to this. And actually, those cards for Lagom Design were really a start for my international career, I would say.
They sort of like built on each other slowly,
Yes, yes,
organically.
yeah. But I sometimes, as I said, now I've done some cards again for Lagom, and I'm still fascinated that people actually do buy cards even today.
Meaning,
I mean, and
is it?
and you do because you give gifts, and it's so nice to have a card with the gift.
Yeah,
So I'm glad that some things still exist, if you
yeah.
understand.
There's some weirdos out there that still like
Yeah,
tangible cards. Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
I get. I mean, I hearing hearing the sort of beginning of that and understanding just like it is really challenging in an industry wherein you don't know the longevity of certain things,
What does that mean?
long,
That word?
how long things will be around for.
No, no,
And
exactly.
so, like, even looking at something like, kids' books,
Yeah,
there's a
yeah,
question in my mind always of, well, is there a point in which people just stop buying them? And I know that the kidlit market in the US at least has slowed down quite a ways.
yeah, yeah,
Um, but I think there's always going to be a need for books. But, at what point
yeah,
the digital market take over and people are more on devices and
yeah, yeah.
it
Therefore, I'm happy that I work with, books for the first age. I mean, when they are really, really small. You don't
yeah
put a device in a 6 month old baby, or maybe you do. I don't. No.
Good, good.
But you do look in books together with your child. So I'm so glad I do these books.
Yeah, if someone out there is putting an iPad in a 6 year old's hands, uh, they should reconsider.
Mm-mm.
there's a there's too many challenges right now with a 12-year-old at home who we have caught many a times with his with an iPad or whatever system it may be. I don't want anybody to give kids digital things early on. Uh,
No, no, no. I'm so happy my kids. I mean, they grew up with computer as well, but before smartphones and anything. So I'm happy. I was before that.
Now, how often do you get to see your books in the hands of little ones?
I would say quite often because people are so sweet inboxing me at Instagram showing, here's my kid with your board books.
Oh,
And it makes me happy every time. I mean, it's so sweet.
do you do you get out, like, do you go do book events of sorts? I honestly, with board books, I don't even know, like,
I, I,
thing.
as I said, I used to do some in France, workshop with kids and book signing and so, but not so often.
The it's one of those ones where I don't know the general, like, time frame in which some of that happens with little ones. Um, and, like, I know that people bring little ones to the bookstore, but, like,
Yeah.
do they actually care about those events, or are they at an age where it's sort of they're just there because they're in a stroller, and
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
that.
yeah.
So
But as I said, in this book festival in France, it's been, events with people bringing their kids and we do some, like collage together. Or
yeah.
I was in France, in Chamonix, this spring and at the library and did some workshops with kids.
Um, and then with do the publishers on the board books? One of the things I was talking with some fellow illustrators the other day, and we were talking about sort of the amount that publishers have sort of diminished how much they're supporting uh, the marketing side of books. And I don't know if that happens, if that's just a U.S. thing. I don't know if that's um, a concern that is just picture books, or if, like when you do a board book, is there a big conversation about sort of um, how the book's going to get out there
It is.
and how they're
Yes,
sell?
it is actually. I must say, my English publishing house is just great at marketing. They have so many plans and so on. So they do a great job on that.
The English one meaning Nosy Crow.
Yes, yes.
It's
So
to me,
maybe it depends on the publishing house. I don't know. I mean, I haven't worked with that many, but I think the marketing part is really a big thing.
yeah. I mean, especially, well, board books, they have such a limited time frame to get them out there, and they cycle through so many.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the same shelf life
No.
as a
No.
picture book normally. Let me I'm trying to line
Yeah.
something up here real quick.
And I'm trying to think here as well what I'm doing right now.
I'm at a point where I'm trying to, like, really finesse some shapes here, and if I don't do them right, then I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, so the with the idea of tell me how many, because I know you've done lots and lots of board books, and I know you've done some picture books or some um, longer form books, but is there are there a plethora of picture books, or is that a more limited number? Because I know you mostly for the board book side,
Yeah. What did you say? Plethora? What does
like
that
a lot
mean?
of a variety of picture books that you've done, or is that a smaller
A
number
smaller
compared?
number. A smaller number. I've made like I don't know, 5 picture books maybe for Nose Crow. One was actually an idea that I came with that my husband wrote. But I do mainly board books for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then do you
And
and
I do picture, when I do picture books, I do them more in Sweden nowadays because I do a series of picture books together with a friend of mine, uh, based on a character that we do here in Sweden, and that they actually came out in some other countries as well.
And then with the picture books versus the board books, what are the challenges that you see, or what are the things that, like, again, thinking back to those who potentially are trying to break into the industry, are there tips or tricks that you can sort of think about that you go like, oh, if you're aiming for a picture book, this is the thing that I would sort of go towards, and if you're going for a board book, I mean, obviously, like simplification, I assume in the board book, just because of
Yes, yes, and also, when you present a children's book for a publishing house, it's always good to have. I mean, the story doesn't have to be all done, but done. I mean, written enough to really understand the tone and the story, and then do thumbnails and a storyboard, and do like one spread of the whole to
yeah.
show the style. And another thing I learned. I remember when I was in Bologna the first time, and then there they have, time when illustrators can show their portfolios to the publishing houses,
Yep.
for an hour or something. It's a line, and you can go up and show illustration. And I remember one at the publishing houses said to me, "Oh God, I really hope they made their homework now because so many people come and show illustrations, and they haven't really looked at our edition to
Uh,
see what kind of books we do. So when
yeah.
you go out and present your book, check out what kind of books the publishing house publish. So
Oh yeah. Yeah.
you have the style that they like or fit in. You understand?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That you're not just assuming everybody does everything.
No.
There- There's a nuance to the market that you need to understand and
Yeah.
need to be able to,
Yeah.
like, there
So
are
that's important too.
certain
Yeah.
publishers here that I know are very, very good with like nonfiction,
Yeah.
but then like they will every once in a while do a fiction book,
Yeah.
but that's not their bread and butter. So that's
No. No.
them with is I would go to them with nonfiction, um,
Mm,
right off the bat, because that's their sort of niche in the market of some sort.
yeah.
Uh, is there um, uh, looking at the way that you sketch and the way that you plan those books, the idea of like the difference between sorry, I'm just trying to look for a certain marker here.
Yeah.
In a board book, obviously you're doing sketches and you're doing things for both, but are there moments or things that would surprise someone in like the amount of time you spend on a sketch for one or the other, or how many color studies or whatever it may be that you do as a difference between them?
Uh, Again,
Like,
what's
yeah, yeah, no worries. Um, so if yeah, I get long winded on this. So in doing a picture book versus a board book,
yes.
are there things that would be surprising that we would find out that are similar or different between the two, in the sense of, like, do you spend as much time sketching or doing thumbnails for both of them, or
No, not at
have
all. No.
time?
Because I think it's such a big difference, and I did actually do a comparison to my husband work, who is as I said before, script writer. If he has a scene, for example, he can read to me like, okay, this is what they say in this scene, and he can come up with so many versions of how should the scene look like. You can say it in so many ways, and I think it's the same with a picture book, that you have these lines and you can portray it in so many different ways. You can tell things in your illustration to add something. A board book is so much more. Here's Mr. Lion. it's a lion. You know, you don't have to
Yeah.
invent the. It's, you know, how do I illustrate this lion in the most eye-catching and fun way? It's not what shall I illustrate, it's how. But when
Yeah.
it comes to picture book, it's both how and what, etc. It's so much more things to think of. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. The idea of like
Yeah.
even sort of paraphrasing it for myself, just that idea of like you don't have to have some deep backstory to
No,
lion
no.
there. It just needs to be a lion because it says that it's
Yes.
a lion.
Yes.
And that's not to downplay it and say like, oh, it's really dumb or anything of the sort. Because the decisions you have to make are that simplification has to be that much more precise. But
Yes.
it does make a challenge for trying to figure out sort of like what's the best way to solve such a small um, or minute challenge instead of let's solve a big picture thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Book. Um, so thinking about future sort of goals,
Yeah.
um, are there things that um, I know that you have books that you're working on constantly, and you have things that are happening in the background that you can't show too much of.
Yeah. Yeah.
But are there goals for like the next few years that, oh man, I really want to do this type of project,
Uh,
or those kinds of sentiments that you can relay to us?
yes. I mean, I'm soon 60. I'm 58 actually. So I mean, I do think um, sometimes how long will I work? And I have many books on contract, so I will definitely work for a long time. But I do start to think of that I really like to, especially as I told you now, I have a place in a ceramic studio. I
Mhm.
I I really like to put more time on my own projects.
Okay.
You know, painting, doing ceramics, and stuff like that. I will not stop working, but I will maybe consider my painting and my ceramics like a part of my work and do that more.
Yeah, put a higher preference
Yes,
for that.
yes, yes.
Um,
And one more half Ironman in my life.
uh, Half Ironman. What's a wait? An Ironman is basically a triathlon, right?
Yeah, when you do triathlon, you can do everything from sprint to Olympic to half Ironman to full Ironman. And I do Olympic and half Ironman. I don't do the full Ironman. I'm too old for that.
What? Okay, tell me what a full Ironman, or I'm sorry, a half Ironman or the Olympic involves.
Yeah, I talk in kilometers. Do you understand?
Yeah, I know. I know the basic.
Yes. So you swim like almost 2 kilometers, and then you bike 90 kilometers, and then you run a marathon, which is 21 kilometers.
Oof. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
So speaking of the future, one more if I have the body and health for it.
if you have the wherewithal, the mindset for it, uh,
Yeah, yeah.
I would pass. I wouldn't want to do that. I
Mm.
don't. I understand that it's uh, a good thing to do, but it is not a good thing for me to do. But I can survive a cold. Um,
Mm.
um, is there?
But again,
Uh,
I mean, being as you being a freelance, you don't really know when to stop. I mean, I guess you stop when either you don't get any more jobs or you're not feeling for it anymore.
yeah, no, I think it is just sort of a you pick a point, or like that's one of the reasons why I keep asking, and I think it's maybe like some level of I'm getting to that point myself of thinking about sort of the longevity and the
Yeah,
what it all means. It's like my own version of a midlife crisis.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't need a sports car, but I need to ask these questions about sort of like
Yes,
what
of
is it
course.
and rather than just thinking about making art because of finances, it's about making art because of, the desire or the
Yes,
those
yes,
questions that pop up in my head more
yeah,
often now.
yeah, yeah. Me too. I mean, I think of these things a lot too,
Yeah.
of course. Since it's a new phase in life when the kids are grown and you're like, okay, now what?
Yeah. Where do I go from here? Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
and so uh, with some of the projects that you're working on, are you are you still at the point where you are experimenting on a regular basis, or um, is is the like do you feel like you're somewhat, and I don't mean this term in a negative term, but like, have you started to settle down and start to go back to like basics for you? Uh,
Good question. I mean, I think I experiment more in my personal projects. Like now, when I paint again, I try to figure out who am I when I paint and what style do I have here. Um, but I do think I still, every time I get a new book to do, even if it's in the same series I do, I always think this is going to be fun. This is going to be challenging.
yeah,
See if I can do something new, even if I have to stick to the style. I still have that
yeah,
mindset.
yeah. Okay, good,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
No, I'm like, I'm sort of in that ballpark right now where I'm trying to like not fall prey to the same thing, even though there's a like, I don't have the young whippersnapper like I'm gonna go out there and change the world
No,
mentality,
no.
but I definitely want to keep pushing
Yes, me
and
too.
and finding like what my voice is for the next day or the next
Yeah.
year, have you.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah.
so tell me a little bit, like, as you're working on these porcelain pieces,
Yeah.
uh, how did that come to be? Like, you had to have picked up a porcelain piece at some point. Was it a class or something that you did this in, or like,
No,
how did you? Because
it's
that's not a normal like, oh, I'm doing stuff on Illustrator now. Let me just get some porcelain.
yeah. No, this is so good with this open art, open studio thing at the countryside that I told you about
Yeah,
earlier, is that we have that every year. So I want to do something new every year. So I've done everything from, paint on the wood blocks that I
yeah,
told you about.
yeah,
I painted all these portrait ones. Once I had this challenge where I painted empty packages and bottles, and then I started to paint on vintage porcelain. So it's kind of different pottery stuff I do for these
yeah.
events.
That's like I paint on found wood objects, and when I
Yeah,
do galleries,
that's nice.
I sort of treat it like it's its own. Like when I do gallery work, I do not do kidlit art. I do something else,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's not to say that it's better or worse of any sort, but it's a break
yes,
for my. But
exactly.
but
For
so
me too.
I that idea of like the porcelain to me seems like such a stretch. It's not, because I'm looking at, you're basically just illustrating on a different surface.
Yeah.
That's really what you're doing. But in my mind, it was like, oh, you're doing something so wildly different that I don't even understand. Ah,
But it feels really different because it's a different surface and yeah, you just go with you just draw without think too much.
Uh, um, and then, how many of those porcelain pieces do you have lying around your house at this point?
Not so many. I did. If you go to my Instagram,
Yeah.
I have many different highlights, and I have two highlights to the right. That is called Porcelain and Porcelain 2.
Okay.
There you can see them all, and you can see how many I did for this exhibition. It was like 100.
Yeah.
So, and I sold almost everything. So, no, I don't have so many.
That's that's my like, with illustration stuff. I have stuff lying around, and then if stuff doesn't sell at a gallery,
Yeah,
it's always disappointing to have it come home.
I
Because then
know.
it's
I know.
it's not that it's like the worst thing in the world to have my artwork show back up in my house, but it's more so just, where do I put everything? Because there's too.
Exactly. So when you start with ceramics, I mean,
Yeah, and
then you have even more stuff. Yeah, I
yeah,
know exactly. It's
that's not something
yeah.
you can hide away easily. It has to sit somewhere.
I know. Sometimes when my husband enter my now when I work from home, I left my studio that was quite big, and now everything is my in my room at home where I work.
Yeah,
And sometimes when he comes in there, he says it looks like it's a mentally ill person that works in here because it's so much stuff. I mean, it looks really
my
crazy.
my studio ever since I switched to doing collage stuff, the I don't think my floor has ever looked clean again. Because
No.
not only is it collage stuff, but it's everything's a little sticky because I use glue,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
like I go to sweep my floor at the end of the day, or when I'm cleaning out my studio, and half of it moves, but half of it stays in place, and
Yeah. Yeah.
it looks a little sloppy. But it's it's the challenge of being an artist, and I can.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, are there?
I guess I have to say the light will going to tell when we have to, I have to end because uh, it's still light since it's 10 in the evening, but I will not be able to turn out the light because it will be a weird shadow from
Oh,
the thing the phone is lying on, and with this glossy surface, it's going to reflect too
okay.
much.
No, this is
So,
like
so I guess we have like another 15 minutes and then maybe I have to stop
okay,
because it's going to get dark.
totally,
Not dark, but dark, too dark to draw.
totally fine. I am not offended of any sort, and I understand. I mean, it's going to be challenging, not just for the visual on Instagram, but yeah, if it's challenging for you to actually
To see.
work, yeah, either. So
Yeah,
uh, that totally makes sense. And just let me know when you're at that
yeah,
point.
yeah,
Happy to sort of switch the camera back and
yeah,
send you off in style. I don't know what that means, but
yeah.
send you off of some sort.
Mm.
Um, so talk to me a little bit just about your thoughts on the kidlit market in general, and sort of like, because you've been doing it now for, you said, 10 years roughly, is that right?
Uh, of 10, 12
12
years
years.
maybe.
Okay.
With especially with the, I mean, I've been doing books for 30 years, but the more intense the last 15 years, 12 to 15, 12, 10 to 12 years. Yes.
Okay, so thinking about sort of how things have changed or ebbed and flowed through all those years, are there things that you see, like, because 10 years, and 10 years doesn't feel like a long time to me right now, but
No.
you look at the change that's happened in industry and things of the sort. 10 years is a pretty long time. Things have,
Yeah.
gone through a pandemic, we've gone through a variety of different sort of variables. And
Yeah.
I'm wondering sort of your thoughts on how the market is now versus how it was when you started in it. Do you think it's moving in the right direction? Do you sort of give me a little bit of a philosophical take on what's going on?
Um, I I don't feel that it has changed that much. Maybe one thing I can feel is that maybe some the publishing houses are more worried today. You are so afraid to offend someone or do something wrong in an illustration. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah,
Uh, like, oh, this, like, you cannot draw someone without a helmet on a bike.
yeah,
M- I mean, maybe that. I mean, in kids' literature from long time ago, all the fathers had a pipe. No one can have a smoke in a book today, of course. So maybe that could be a different from when I did my first book 30 years ago. That maybe people are worried about offending people.
yeah. There's too much of a, like, trying to appease everybody in the
Yeah, the caution feeling is hot. You're just scared that something can go wrong.
yeah.
Something can be dangerous.
Do you think that there's, because I know that obviously there's a desire for safety for, like, kids, like, yeah, you can't show a kid doing one thing because then they're
Yeah,
gonna do it,
yeah,
or that.
yes,
Now
yeah.
that,
And that's good, of
yeah,
course. Yeah,
good, but at the same time, that wasn't something that, like, when we were looking at books when we were kids, that wasn't a concern in the
No,
same way.
no,
Uh,
no,
Nor, like thinking about any media, that wasn't a concern. And
no,
without trying to sound like we're old fuddy duddies and going like, man, better back
no,
then.
no,
Uh,
of course. I don't
is
want to sound like that. No.
there, what do you think that it means that we need to? I'm thinking just like logistically. Does that mean that there needs to be a different thought process on stories and things of that sort, or is it more so just um, the like the visuals that people are making? We just don't need to obsess over every single detail that's within.
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking more of the illustrations. I mean, I'm not an expert on this at all. Even if I've done many
Yeah.
books, I don't feel like an expert.
I mean, I'm I'm working on a story right now that I was um, sort of in my head for a while. My wife knows the one about the bug bite. If she's listening right upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a moment in it that, has the potential of like, wow, that gets a little out there and
Mm-hmm.
strange. But there's also this challenge of, is it out there so much that it becomes um, farcical
Mm-hmm.
and little even
Yeah.
consider it as a reality, or is it? I can't really like go into what's happening in the image,
No.
but the idea of like it's a crazy moment where someone's hanging from something very high up, and
Yeah.
like I don't want little kids to sit there and go like, oh, I'm going to climb up really
No.
high because that's fun.
No.
But at the same time, it's so farcical that I'm willing to sort of like suspend disbelief and go, no little kid is going to ever be in this position in the first
No. Exactly. I mean, maybe you have to trust the reader.
Yeah. I mean, the amount of like probably lions and tigers and stuff that are next to kids in board books,
Yeah.
like already speaks to that in some
Yeah.
sense. Like no one's getting next to some of
No.
those people.
No.
So, since I know that your time is limited here, I want to make sure I would ask a couple of sort of specific questions that
Yes.
I want to sort of get into, and some of this is the because you are I'm gonna call you an expert, and
Okay.
you don't get
No.
me calling you that. I'm just gonna call you it.
Yeah.
Um, but with the idea of board books and the age range and the idea of that audience in particular, uh,
Yes.
are there certain for anybody that's out there that wants to break into board books?
Yeah.
Are there some things that like are quintessentially board book that you can look at and say like, one of the things I always hear about is color palette.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Color palette needs to be very like bright and poppy and saturated for that age group,
Mm-hmm.
just because of their, like if you're going to use
Yeah.
red. Don't go do some little nuanced, subtle thing because they're not going to pick up on it at that sort of stage in their life. But are
Mm-hmm.
that you can say like, oh man, this is quintessential board book, uh, sort of 101 tips that you could give to someone who's watching at home.
Um, I would say simplicity more than colors. I mean, eye-catching and simplicity and warmth and fun. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, don't do a book that's like gray.
No, no, but actually, I mean, the board books we've done, the class books are black and white, and the pattern my 6 month old son was obsessed with was also black and white.
Hmm.
So I mean, you can really work with black and white, or maybe black and white and one color. I think that would work too,
Yeah.
of course.
Is
Um,
there like one of the questions I have in particular is like you mentioned the idea of, and I don't even remember when, but you mentioned something about like faces,
yeah,
talking about like size of eyes and things of the sort. Um, have you found that there is a specific like proportion or something that works better for that age group in board books in the sense of like little kids just are attracted to something that's more like if I look at here's my example right is um little kids who see another little kid on the street. They always turn
Yeah.
to them.
Yes.
It's a like a recognition of you're my same size,
Yeah.
and like,
Sweet.
yeah. And I'm wondering, like, is there any sort of science or anything like that that you can point to in board books that you know about
No,
that?
but I mean the Peekaboo series we've done at Nosy Crow are very simple and very bold illustrations with like an ice cream cone and a very simple uh, ice cream popping out with big eyes
Yeah,
and they work extremely well. I mean, being really simple and with big eyes and fun faces and fun objects that a child can recognize. So I would say, quite big illustrations for the tiniest one. I mean, the older they get, the more uh, you can have on a spread. It was interesting, as I said again, about the speech on in Hamburg, where I were, or outside Hamburg.
mhm,
I mean, first you have board books where you have very simple illustrations, and then you have children's book. But then you also have these books in between. So, for example, I'm working on some books for a series I've done in Sweden that I told you about with my a friend about this character called Frank, a monkey. And now we're doing some books for younger kids. And then at some point over a spread, I did a bigger illustration and a smaller one. And then they said, no, in this age, it's confusing. You should only have Frank and his friend showing up once because otherwise it can be confusing for the kids. And I didn't really think of that. That you have to wait to a certain age before you can show more and more on each spread.
interesting. Yeah,
Yeah,
the,
so you have to follow the ages, how much you can show and what is understandable for them.
yeah. How much? Not just in the sense of like complexity,
Yeah.
but in just the literal like recognition or cognitive ability
Yes, and
of
show like show the whole animal and not just an animal peeking in, because then maybe they wonder where are the rest of the dog.
yeah.
Stuff like that.
They can't be like breaking the edge of the page. You
No,
mean? Yeah, that's I never would have thought of that.
no,
That I like they just and it's not to say like little kids are dumb.
no, not at all. But I mean, I guess it has to do with development
Yeah,
and
yeah.
brain.
I never would have connected
Mm,
the idea of like dealing with the bleed could be challenging for a little
mm.
kid. They just like it's what is it? Cognitive dis no object permanence,
Okay.
where someone yeah like when someone leaves the room, a little kid doesn't if they're really little, they may
Yes.
know that person is coming back,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and that's that same sort of sentiment of like they haven't quite grasped that concept yet.
No. No.
Um, I'm looking at your shot there, and like it's gotten so dark in the last like
I
5 minutes.
I know. If you compare to when we started, so maybe it's time. But you can still see my
Oh,
two.
yeah, I can totally still see. It's just interesting how the light has completely
Yeah.
different. What time does the sun come up in the morning? Because I know you're.
Uh, like three, 4.
Whew, okay,
Yeah.
okay, got
So
weird.
so I think I'm done because it's getting too dark.
Okay,
See if I can zoom out here so you see them.
I will switch back to the shot of me, so I can send you off in a proper manner. Um,
I'll,
well,
I'll I'll show you the light still
oh,
outside.
yeah, it's
I
still
mean, what time is it? It's 20 past 10. I mean, it's still.
wow. Okay, that's great. But it also when you hit winter, it is
We have no
dark.
light.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. So thank you for joining me today. This was lovely to chat with you, and I've like I said, we've been fans for a while, and it's been really nice to sort of pick your brain as
Yeah,
an
I
artist
hope.
person.
I hope I could understand good enough. I mean,
Oh,
it's
you
not
did
my
great.
language, and trying to draw at the same time, and yeah,
You did fabulous. You shouldn't even question.
Mhm.
Um,
Okay,
so,
thank you. Not being awake all night, like, oh God, what did I say?
no, I've said some horrible things about people in general, and yeah, I can't believe how you said that you hate dogs and cats.
Yeah.
Uh, a dog and a cat shouldn't be alive. That was
Mm.
great. But no, I really do appreciate you taking the time to join us tonight. And when you post, because I assume you will post those images, I can't wait to see these porcelain pieces.
I will.
And
I will.
are they going to be for sale at some point?
Yes, I guess I'll have them here at the this, as I said, this art studio.
Okay.
I can sell them here this summer. Yeah.
Okay. So people are in. What's the name of the town?
It's Ixtlan. I will post a lot about it
Okay,
on Instagram.
good.
Yeah, yeah.
And if people wanted to buy them online, will they be able to get them
I,
online?
I'm so sorry. I always say to people I don't ship because it's so much work.
Oh, okay. No worries, no worries. So they need to ship themselves there.
Yes, they have to visit me either in Stockholm or at my island.
There you go. Um, Again, thank you so much for joining us, and then we'll be in touch.
And thank you for asking me and inviting me.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Bye. All right, folks. I don't know why our friend Joel, at some point asked to be invited in. Joel, I'm not going to invite you into this. You can't just jump in the middle of it. So for those that are watching, I'm going to continue to make. I still have more to do on my piece. In fact, I will flip back real quick to what's on my wall. And so it's going to look something like this. I don't know if you can see that, but there's some pigs. There's a pig foreman here who is upset because a pipe broke. And there's a pig who's driving the excavator. And right now I'm trying to work on this little dump truck thing in the background. And so I'm going to keep going, but I'm going to put in the comments here, ask us or ask me anything. And so if you have questions just in general about anything, you can ask, and I will try to do my best to answer. And so let me pin that comment, and then I'm going to switch back down to my downshoot. My desk is a bit of a mess here, but let me just see if I can get this a little bit closer. We don't need to be that far out. There we go. Oh, yes. I also, again, for anybody that is interested, I'm doing mentorships. And so if you have an interest in doing a mentorship with me at some point, reach out to me. You can find, I think it's one of my first posts on Instagram. I think it's pinned even right now, saying, hey, if you want to do that, here's the info. And I am working on, I'm trying to make this feel truck-like. I'm always working on sort of adding people into the mix, and so the what do I want to say? There's always opportunity. Jeremy Ray Ross, yes, I am in the middle of working on a book. I'm going to show a sneak peek of it, and this is not. I'm not even going to ask. I'm just going to show you it. Let's find a piece here. I have a couple that I've been working on. So here's a piece from the new book. I'm going to remove the text so you can't see what the text says on it, because it might give away a little bit of what's going to happen. But I'll show this for just a quick second. So this is the new book. It's not due out for a long time. I'd have to go back and look at the date of when it's due, but this is a piece that I just worked on yesterday. And so it needs to be, it's got the bleed and everything on it. But it's a book that involves boats. Let's put it that way. And so I made this little like shipping boat, toot toot toot, and little boats that are all on here that are floating along. And it's stormy. So there's clouds that are all colored pencil and stuff. And so this is that's that's your sneak peek at a book that will come out. I think all the artwork's due sometime in the fall. So imagine the fall of 2025 right now. So fall of 2026, I think, is probably my best guess as when that's coming out. And so don't tell anybody I showed that. I don't think they'd really care because it's not in context with like what it's about. In fact, it's not even the story. It's a little like that is almost the equivalent of like the author's notes in the back page. It's just a page that has a little quote on it. That's all. And so don't get too excited. But that's what that was. So I'm trying to figure out the size that I want to do these little. I want this to be like those big, ridiculous wheels that you see. Those big dump trucks with big, ridiculous wheels. And so I'm gonna make them these giant wheels on this thing, and I will make it so it looks like it's going uphill. So can I give a sneak peek of piggy bank? I think I have, but I can. Let me see. Hold on. I have it off to the side. So the next book to come out is Piggy Bank Saves the Day. And I think even the cover that I showed someone, a group of kids the other day, I think I had the wrong title on it because at one point I think it was A Piggy Bank Saves the Day, and they have since changed it to Piggy Bank Saves the Day. But I will show that as well. Let me see if I can grab one of those. Hold on. Let's see. Those are up over here. Let me see if I can find a good one for you. I think the covers are already been released, so that's not as big of a deal. But let me see if I can find. I'm trying to find a good image for you that sort of encompasses the piece in general or the book in general without giving away too much. Oh, you know what? I have it in here. That's why. One of the pieces in a different folder of work. Hold on a second. Let me see. Oh, yes. There we go. That's one, and that's one. So here's an image from the next Piggy Bank book, or the next dollar book. And so it's called Piggy Bank Saves the Day. And so this one's all painted. And it doesn't have the text, like these would have text on it, and those would have text on it, etc. But that's the gist of it. And that's late in the story, but you can see that the quarters and dimes and nickels, the nickel doesn't need anything because he already wore a winter hat, but the quarter has a little puffy suit. And where's the other one? Oh, the penny has a little earmuffs and whatnot on in it. So that's that. Okay, now back to making. Oh, yes, you can pre-order. My wife's telling me what to say from upstairs. She's telling me what to do, everybody. That you can pre-order it. It comes out September 2nd, the Piggy Bank book. And Sally and Timmons, the Piggy Bank book is acrylic, actually. Just because that's when I started the series, it was an acrylic, so I just matched the colors that way. But since then, I've been using acrylic wash. Any project that I do going forward is basically acrylic wash. And it's not that acrylic wouldn't work. It just, I like acrylic wash better now. I think some of the color options are a little bit better. And the it's just because it's older that I have that old acrylic business going on. That's all. It has nothing to do with anything other than it is just an older project. That's all. Okay, what other questions we got? How can I answer for folks? My wife needs to go pick up our son. And she just said that. I see it now. I need to go pick up our son from camp. He's at camp now, and he is having a good time. And he is doing things I would not do. I don't like fishing, but he signed up. They get to choose at his camp like what they're going to do for the week, what kind of like what they call blocks, and he chose fishing. And I am not someone who enjoys fishing. I don't want to touch fish, basically. That's what it comes down to. And yet he did. He actually, some friend of his there, picked up a mussel from out of the pond or the lake or whatever it was and used it as bait. And my son put it on his hook. And I would not touch a mussel one bit because I find them gross. Any gelatinous thing like that I want to stay away from. So that's my weird pickup truck. I don't know why this pickup truck looks so weird to me, but it does. And then I need to do some stuff in the back. Some rough and tumble crumble. And so I have this little bit here that I'll put in there. Have I read Dan's recent book, Don't Trust Fish? I have not. I've been meaning to get my hands on it. I just haven't yet. In fact, I'm going to see tomorrow when I'm working. I'm going to see if I can ask Dan to join us on Gab'n Doodle, which I'm surprised I haven't asked him yet. I think I just always assumed he's so busy that he would never do it. But I'm going to reach out tomorrow and see if he's interested in joining us here, everybody. And so cross your fingers and your toes. Cross your eyes and pick your nose that he's willing to do it for a little bit. I was some of the conversations that we've had. He was telling me that after Jen Rofé was on a couple weeks, no, last week, that she reached out to Dan and was talking about the session, and she showcased a drawing of Dan that she did that was lovely. So let's see. So it says, let's see, that info about pre-orders is interesting. Don't know why they're that important. Can you please share more about the topic? Yeah, pre-orders, and my wife probably knows a little bit more about it than I do, honestly, but pre-orders, sales and prediction models are based on a variety of different things for Kidlit. And so the equivalent of when you pre-order a book, it not only does it, just order up that book, but it also tells publishers like, oh, this has, people have interest in this, which is great. And it gets it seen on other lists higher, like based on sales. So people can look at sales rates for various books, things like Amazon, things like some of the lists that are out there will actually define sort of what's hot in sales. Even looking at some of the books that are out there, like getting awards, people understand that like getting an award gets you praise, but what happens in it is that it actually gets in front of librarians more when you have more awards, and gets in front of people who are large booksellers, and they decide, oh, I'm going to buy more of this because of said, interest level from folks. And so having things like pre-orders does the same thing, wherein it starts to tell people, hey, you should pay attention to this book of some sort, and can boost its presence, let's put it that way, in some of the industry marketplaces. Booksellers can look at those lists and say, oh, wow, the pre-orders are up on this. Maybe I should get more of these in-house. And then having books in bookstores, even if someone doesn't know your work, seeing it on the shelf can mean sales. And if a bookstore buys more of them, then the likelihood that someone's going to look at that and go, oh, it means something, it's special that this one's being highlighted because they bought, or they have 10 of these available to purchase, can make a huge difference. So any pre-orders or any activity before the book is generally out is seen as good. Sorry, I have a little issue with a pencil sharpener here. So yeah, if you can get your hands on it, then or order away, then that'd be helpful. Again, my wife probably knows a little bit more of the specifics. She's probably read a little bit more on that. She's the business one. I'm the one that just sort of sits back and, as I've said before, I'm the pretty face. This pencil, I think, is basically done. I don't think it's working of any sort anymore. It's just dead. I think it broke. The core broke so many times that it's useless at this point. Trying to find the right purples, shades of purples to put in this. This looks probably better. Just trying to get like little moments of purple in here. Okay, so let's put in some other little nuances of color into this. What other questions can I answer? What kind of questions do we have? Imaginary house, thank you. Yeah, you also become top of mind as a manager when you have readings at bookstores. Yes, that idea of just, it's about visibility is really what it comes down to. Is how visible are you? Are people seeing what you're doing? Those kinds of statements. So I want to make my little, this is going to be the excavator cabin. There's going to be a character there. There's going to be a character there, but I'm just trying to like put in some of these little details that I think will help sell the piece a little bit better here. These are going to be little like little what do they call those, like safety barriers eventually. But one of the things I have to look at is I was going to do some this spray of water coming here. I was going to do some that's coming back down and sort of spraying into the space, but I need to figure out the curve that I want on it because I don't have much there. I was going to start to break off some little like pieces that are spraying out in different directions. And so I need these scraps to start to like build that out and make it so it arcs a little bit. Okay, so Leticia B. No, I'm probably massacring that. Studio. I noticed there's a trend for this art form. How do you determine colors and such for this art form? What do you mean a trend for this art form? I don't quite follow what that means, but I can talk a little bit about sort of color choice and things of that sort. Some of what I'm doing is arbitrary. Like I'm just sort of picking colors that I think are exciting to me. And so looking at something like this, I am choosing colors that appeal, but I'm also trying not to do the typical colors. So like the equivalent of where they've dug up this hole in this piece, I didn't want to just go brown. I thought that was too easy. I wanted to do something that was a little bit unconventional. So I leaned on, I was going to go blue, like solid blue, but then I realized that might look like water a little bit too much. So I still have to go in here and darken up some of this so it feels more like a hole that's going down in it. But I also want to make sure I'm not too far from the original. So like yellows and stuff like that show up to feel a little bit more like construction vehicles, or at least the way they are in my neck of the woods. And so there's some element there, but then there's also this idea of like when I'm choosing colors, I like to pick some colors that are a little bit more vibrant and challenging. And so having something like this bright yellow becoming a pop and some of the brighter pinky sort of purples that stand out to draw your attention. So like originally this was darker and I might even punch those a little bit harder. Punching meaning like making the colors a little bit brighter yet, just so it feels more like an eye, like grabs your eye, draws attention to it. And so some of that might be, I have to adjust at the end, trying to figure out sort of like how I want this all to play out. Look at this. Not sure why that's not sticking down there. But I also predefine my palette. So my palette this time actually is this. It is yellow ochre. These are all Holbein gouache, acrylic gouache, mustard, luminous yellow. There's actually some ice green in there. I did not do olive. That did not show up in this palette. A little bit of lilac, a little bit of ash blue, pink, and then black and white. And those are the colors that I've sort of leaned on for a majority of this. And so, like, even though you don't see this in here, it actually is subtly in some of these colors that are popping up through this. And I'm going to probably put little streaks of it in what is this muddy water spraying out of the light eventually. So let's see. I saw there was another question up here. So how did I discover my style? That's a good question. And I don't know as I discovered it as much as, this is really cheesy, as much as it discovered me. And what I mean by that is I think that my style was sort of always inherently in me. And there's things that I like in artwork that sort of have been consistent throughout the years. So I like humor. I like things that are a little bit silly and a little bit wacky just in general, and always have. And so my artwork at the beginning when I started my career was probably a little bit more traditional and not, I was trying to like be a beautiful painter and things of the sort. And I realized throughout time that I like my work when it's a little bit more quirky and weird and challenging. And so as time goes on, I start to look at the work and go, okay, well, how can I make something that's a little bit silly or a little bit strange through shape choice or through perspective or through these things that are essentially devices that that give us what we would consider sort of the aesthetic that are a little bit humorous or funny to me. And so like the equivalent of this being slop and mud that's spraying out, I want this to feel, I'm gonna put little drops and other things so it's gonna feel more liquid-esque, but like the idea of these feeling a little bit sort of like squared off is also funny to me. And the shape and the misalignment of those wheels on the excavator are funny to me, and the scale of the wheels in the back are funny to me, and like just little things like that. If it makes me giggle or makes me laugh, then I've sort of, what I would say, won in that situation. So aesthetically, it's about sort of pleasing myself now, but based on what, based on a, how do I put this? Based on weird quirkiness and less about just like a classic joke, if that makes any sense. Did I see that Disney and Universal sued Midjourney? I sure did. What are about thoughts using AI for creating references? I think I will be blunt here. I think using AI for references is bad. I think basically using AI is problematic all around, because you are essentially, no matter whether you use it for reference or not, it's taking work from other people and replicating it without their permission. Now, is it being produced in any way? No, right? Like if you're just using it as a reference, that's one thing, but it's the same thing as like if you were to go on Google and get reference for something, there's a limit on how much you can use, and there's a reason why that limit is there, and it's to make sure that you're not breaking copyright law. And so it all comes down to just make your own, this sounds so dumb, but make your own work. Like if you can't do it, it's okay. I understand there's a theory out there of people that say like, well then it's gatekeeping, you're making artwork something that only people who can do it. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna be blunt on this too. That's kind of the point. Like it's meant to be something that's challenging and takes effort. It's not like I would go, hey, you know what? Accounting wise, I should be able to use, I'm trying to think of like a good example of, it takes skill, it takes knowledge to do this stuff. And cutting corners, one, I don't think it makes a good image, first of all. But there are other industries that I could look at and say the same thing of like, would they be appreciative of someone skipping past the knowledge? Well, here's a good example. I'll use this. There's people out there that go like, oh, now you can just get a computer to code a website for you. And it's like, yeah, you can, but it's still using someone else's code that someone spent time to do. And you're negating all the effort that they put in and not acknowledging that they put in the effort to make that code and to build something that works. And yeah, it may not be a visual form that people go like, oh, well, that code doesn't. I look at a website and I go, that's distinctly so-and-so's work. Like, I understand it's not that exact same thing, but it's still, I just fundamentally, I don't like the idea of taking someone else's work and using it without any sort of credit or without any sort of acknowledgement for what that person did before. So if someone wants to make a website and say like, oh, I use this code and I use this person's thing to make my website, like maybe I'm a little bit more lenient on that, but I still think just the idea of it's not that hard to practice and do something if given the time. I thought I had a really good example, and I can't remember what it was now, about the idea of like taking work from one person that was not art. It was specifically not art, but people would go like, oh, that makes sense. If you take this, that's not fair, and it's not the right way. It's I mean, part of it is ethical, and then there's the whole environmental thing. I saw someone post something the other day that was a argument about that we're getting upset over small bits of like environmental impact on certain things that are minuscule, and yet those same people are going like, AI, let's do AI, and AI basically is using more water than, you know, should in any purposes be used for someone. Oh, it said something like, we're going to use this much water to draw someone with 5 boobs. uh and it was like, using AI is so cool when it makes these things, but the environmental impact is so much worse than some of the other things that we're fighting over, and yet people sort of give it a green light because it's AI and it speeds things up. It's like, that's not the point. The point is to be a good, conscious person about what's going on in the world and not making awful decisions that hurt everybody. So I don't know. I'm getting long-winded there, but yeah, I think AI is the devil. And I know people, I know artists that try to use it in their process of like making and like they'll put their own work into it and they'll say like, make it my style, and I'm going to use it as a reference point for some print that I'm making and I'm turning into this thing, etc. And I understand it can do that, but I also, this is gonna be another sort of statement out of me here. I don't trust when you put something into a computer and you say, make it mine, make it look like my stuff, that it's not somehow grabbing someone else's work, and that it's not somehow stealing something else that is not consented to. Because I think even early on they said that they don't know exactly how it does what it does. They understand the algorithm that started it all, like put in a prompt to do this search, but how it actually processes it all, like once it enters that box, they don't know exactly what happens. And that seems more problematic to me at that point, of if you can't trace it and figure out exactly where it came from and what it's doing, then are we actually, do we actually think that it's a good thing? Yeah, I don't know. Blah, 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 blah. You don't need to hear from me about all that stuff right now. You just need a fun picture. That's what you need. You need a fun picture. That's what I'm trying to do, baby. I'm surprised that more people are. I'm gonna dive a little deeper. I'm surprised that more people are okay with AI, even though it is going to become a bigger threat to more industries than just art. Or, I mean, looking at the tech side of things, like people are losing jobs over this stuff, and um, it loses the heart. I just have not seen an AI image. To be honest, I've never seen an AI image that I go, wow, that's really cool. I've looked at them and gone, that's a good replication of some aesthetic that's out there, but I've never looked at them and gone, you know what, that is somehow better than what a human could do. It can make it's the equivalent of here's the example. I said the other day to a mentee that I am anti-ruler. And what I mean by that is I do not like using a ruler in my work. Um, I will do it to cut down a board to scale, or if I need something for like dimensions for a bleed or something like that. But I do not like the idea of cutting out a shape or drawing a line using a ruler. And the reason I don't like that is I think it becomes mechanical at that point, and it becomes something that I did not create by hand. I'm just sort of tracing in a way. And so I like when my work has some irregularity to it. And so edges aren't perfectly straight. And, you know, like, could I go take a plate and trace down a circle or use a compass to trace down a circle? Yeah. But I love the imperfection of the hand in everything. I mean, this is going to, if it's about trying to make something look like something exactly, I might as well just take a photo, right? And not do anything to it, just take a photo. But even in photography, people go in and alter those photos to make them stand out as better, and you know, adjust colors and hues and value and things of the sort. And so the human element makes something nice. And why try to get rid of that of any sort? I think we will regret it someday. How about that? If everything's all AI. If someone can point to me a good AI book, kids book that is a great story, then I will. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a good thing that I could do, but there aren't any. Let's put it that way. Teacher Marin, AI is having a huge impact on schoolwork. Yeah, personally, I think there's a negative impact the way it is being used. Yeah, I mean, what's interesting too, I find, is that the people's mentality towards it really depends on their the place they are in life. Let's put it that way. So, like, I was in the grocery store, and I remember hearing the kid who was bagging my groceries go, "Oh, I'm just going to use AI on my history assignment because I don't have that much time." And there's part of me that goes like, "Well, that's stupid. One, because you're not learning the content of any sort, and two, you're probably going to get caught of some sort, and then all of a sudden your teacher's going to be upset with you." But I also think that there is AI tends to be people who are trying to cut corners, and sometimes those corners are legitimate and sometimes they're not. Like, I think there's a lot of pressure put on kids to do papers that are just busy work and not anything that's going to make their education better. And like, yeah, what kid is going to look at something that's like, I'm just following orders, and think it's really important to put in the time and effort? And so I understand that there are people that try to cut corners on stuff like that, but I still don't think it makes it right. But, you know, place and time. If you're an adult who's been out there for a long time and you don't have the need, like right now, I don't have a need for AI. It's not going to make my life any better. And so I'm not going to put a ton of time and effort into it because it's it's not critical to my well-being at this point. I don't know. I'm talking nonsense now. I'm gonna shut up. Jeremy Ross. Yeah. When they're laying off 50% and whatever is stupid. Like, I know my brother in the job that he's in, there's been layoffs and things, and I won't mention which company or anything of the sort, but it's gross. It's all about money and not about the well-being of employees or the well-being of the industry or things of that sort. I want no part of it. Yeah, he's dumb. Now, I will add into the equation though, and this is maybe challenges what I just said. There are certain things that AI does that I use, not generative AI, but the equivalent of like using the clone stamp in Photoshop. That's technically AI, I think, but I don't think it's using other people's artwork. I think it's using just the pixels that are around it to try to define, not the clone stamp, the clone stamp and the healing brush. It's using what's already there without pulling from outside sources. It's not searching the internet to find the answer and pulling from other people's work. It's literally pulling directly from the source of my work. And so I don't have an issue with something like that. I just started to sound like a person that I don't like on my voice, sounding like the Health and Human Services guy, who I shall not name because he's an idiot. So I just started to have a bad case of throat issues there. I'm just making my little construction signs here. My son's home. I can hear him outside. I just heard him squeal or something. Where are we at time-wise? 5:01. Okay, I'm good. Hold on one second. I see there's a question there, and I will get to it in a second. Let me just finish painting the top of this piece here. Just gotta get enough paint on my brush to do it. Okay, so there is a question from what is that? Rihanna Betty, something like that. That says, I love your desktop creativity. Is this the way you enjoy making art, or do you have other creative practices we may not see behind the studio door? That's a good question. There are other things that I do. Like I do gallery work, and sometimes I'll record that, and sometimes that shows up on my feed. But for the most part, I sort of stay in this pocket of sort of material choice and things, working with collage and paint. I would like to get into various things, but not really for the art side. Like my dad is a good woodworker, and he has a shop, a woodworking shop that for anybody that wants to do woodworking should be very jealous of, because of the amount of space that he has for it. And, I mean, they basically built their house with the intention that it would have room for his woodworking studio, and it's like half the size of the house. It's ridiculous. But in that space, he let me do some lathe work and to make a like pencils and bowls and things. And I could see that being something that like long term would be really fun to continue doing. I don't think it's the only thing I would like to do of any sort. I know that I'm interested in other types of sort of art making, but for the most part, I would like to, I mean, writing is fun, but art making wise, ceramics, whittling, I'm trying to think of other things. Like print always seems like fun, but I also don't like print, meaning like silkscreen and lithography and things of the sort. But I know I probably don't have the patience. I like my stuff to be done relatively quickly, and sometimes that requires a lot of like slow burn. And so the one that would probably get me into that would probably be like mono printing or something of the sort, because of the one off and sort of drawing directly with the print. But um, yeah, I'm not a big photo person. I could see myself getting back into sort of some representative painting at some point, but I think more when I'm older. Like landscape painting would be kind of fun at a certain point, but I just love doing nonsense like this and not worrying too much about everything being perfect. And so it'd be hard to give that up, I think, completely. Let's put it that way. Would you say 10 years is the average time it takes someone from a beginner to professional breaking in the industry? No, I wouldn't say that. I would say um, that's putting. So this is from Jeremy Ray Ross. I think that's putting a artificial amount of time as the marker for quality, and I think in reality there are plenty of people who have done it faster, and I think that part of that faster, that notion of being faster, or getting into it earlier, is about dedication and about follow through, more so than the time spent. Because if it's just about time, um, saying 10 years, like if someone puts in an hour a week over 10 years, that's not going to do it. If someone puts in every day over 10 years, or every day over 4 years, I bet you they're going to stand a way better chance, just because the amount of hours versus years, I guess. Or if I say dedication, meaning maybe it's not the amount of hours, maybe it's literally just someone has put in way more thought into what they're doing, versus sort of just like someone can spend 10 years and time and all that kind of stuff and just kind of wing it and go, yeah, whatever, this will work. And someone next to him can come in and go, I'm going to spend my every waking hour alive thinking about how to make this the most beautiful thing in the world. And there's going to be, and maybe they only do it for 10 hours, but it comes out better. Like, again, I think it's a matter of just thinking about the words, or the markers that we're defining as effort and time being maybe thought about a little bit differently. And so I don't know if that makes any sense, but that'd be my hot take of the moment. I'm trying to figure out if I give said Piggy a I took out a pencil 6 years ago, and it took me 5 years to get good enough to sign with an agent. It's hard to break in the industry, in my opinion, experience. Yeah, I mean, okay, so that's a different story. I will back up and say it can take a long time. It can take 10 years to break in. But I have seen students, I've seen, I don't even want to know the number of students that I've seen throughout the years, but I've seen so many students really jump into the industry at a speed that I'm like, how did they get an agent so fast? Or how did they, do A, B, or C so quickly? And some of it is they just picked up the skills that they needed for that industry faster than what someone else might. And it doesn't mean that they are a better artist, but they may have just honed in on the nuances of what they needed first. And maybe they're not as good at some of the other things. So they might be really good at getting an agent, or breaking into the industry, but then thinking about longevity or thinking about how their career is going to develop over time, they may be horrible at that end of it. And so like, I think you got to think in sort of relative terms to, or it's contextual. There we go. That's the word I was looking for every situation. And I don't know if I can chalk it up to like a specific number for, like, I've seen people who have barely done any art in their life come to art school and within a year are doing amazing artwork. And I've seen people who have been doing artwork for years and years in their life and, you know, struggle till the end of time. And it's a matter of just how quick are you on the pickup? How much do you smell what you're stepping in? That sort of mentality. So yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm gonna say this, Jeremy. I don't think that I have put in enough time or effort, even on my own end. I think that I have put in effort, but not the amount that I need to be extremely successful in this career. I don't think I have the power or the I mean, obviously I've made books, but I am not someone that they're knocking down the door to get to on a regular basis, and that's okay. I understand, but I also it becomes a quality of life thing too. Like, there's the artist mentality, the old like postmodern mentality of like you have to live, breathe, etc. art, and unless you're doing that, you're not a true artist. And like at a certain point, like you have to make some sacrifices. And do I want to be the biggest artist out there in the world? No, because it means I'd have to give up on having time relaxing and doing things that are not art related. If that makes any sense at all. Any sense at all. I don't know why I'm talking like this, but I am. Try to figure out, like, I want to put in this little piggy body here. How big do I need it? Somewhere in there. Okay, so what I gotta do is I gotta lift up that head. It's called, I should have done this first. Lift up that head. Grab my glue stick. We're gonna get there on this. This one's taking a little longer than I hoped, but I'm gonna get there. I'm trying to decide whether I want to do that other piggy wiggy over here. Maybe I just have that head sticking in just barely, so I don't have to. I just don't have to do the whole body. Time-wise, that would take a while to figure out. But get this in here, and I need a little bit of a darker. Do I have a little bit of a darker version of this, or do I need a? I wonder if I can just steal this. Is that dark enough that it'll show up? Maybe. It just amazed me with his dedication to improving and learning. Yeah. Wait. Rian Petty? No, I'm not sure. Rian, no. Whatever. When you say you wish people spoke more about which part, I'm just trying to figure that out. Let's see. Any advice on finding one's voice? I think this. I said this to someone last night in a mentorship, and it's a loaded statement, and I understand it's not easy for everybody to do this. In fact, this person that I talked to has essentially some blog stuff about like other kidlit and things of the sort. But the advice that I give to people oftentimes for finding your own voice is stop looking at everybody else's. Like, just get out of the mindset that you need to see everything everybody's doing and in order to discover what's out there. And I think the best thing you can do is sort of tune out and just do what comes naturally. Don't try to fight it. Don't try to go, oh, this is what everybody else is doing, so I need to be in this sort of same ballpark or marketplace, and just give yourself the freedom to say, screw it, I'm going to make what feels nice to me as art, and then hope that people will like it. And I guarantee that someone will. It may take a longer time to find that person, but someone will like it. And at that point, then you're in good shape. I think the reliance on constantly comparing yourself to someone else is a bad thing. And so, like, yes, I look at other kidlit artists, but I don't look at aesthetic most of the time. I'm looking at like design elements, but I'm not looking at like, oh, how did they draw a nose? Like, I could care less, honestly, on sort of trying to mimic or pay attention to or bend what I'm doing to what someone else is doing. I might look at like a little nuance of like, oh, I like their color palette, but that's different than a voice as a whole. Even in color palette, I'm not really super concerned about sort of others' color palettes versus my own. Oh, the balance of work life. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, just that I was even the person I was talking to last night about breaking into the illustration industry. I was saying that it's actually good, and I know this is probably there's some folks out there that probably like, oh, that's not what I want to hear. But I actually think it's good if you don't immediately go into a full-time illustration gig, that you have some sort of day job. And the reason why I think that is important to me is that what I found was I need to remove myself from the idea that the work that I make is somehow responsible for my well-being. That the when I make work, I want it to be something that is that allows me to naturally come to the conclusions that I come to without necessarily having to think about like, oh, would an art director like this? Would a whoever it may be, would they like this? Would they like that? Would they, et cetera down the line. And so having a day job gives you this lovely advantage of, or having that safety net or that security of some other occupation gives you the opportunity to say, you're not dependent on the next contract coming in. And so you can make decisions that are based on how you really want to do things and not trying to bend to the market. And I think that's, to me, a very important element that I try to hold on to in my work. And so, like, as much as I understand that, like, me teaching is not me being a full-time illustrator, it's adjacent, but that security and having that in my back pocket means that I don't have to worry about today or tomorrow whether I have a contract lined up. I can survive without one because I have a day job. And so I tend to think of it as a very good thing that that having a day job like that or having some other source of income can be beneficial, especially when you're starting out. Now, eventually, if you start to get to a point where you're just doing what you want to do because you have a following or you have an interest level from publishers and things of the sort, then maybe, yeah, you can. It's a good idea to go full time, but I like the security of having something else in the back pocket. So, if that makes any sense, I keep saying that. If that makes any sense, I don't mean to always say that over and over. Uh, my yeah, I think it's too crowded to put that other pig in. I mean, I can't. Let me see what happens, because I did build a hat, and the hat could fit over here, but I feel like it's just too much. Because I want to do like lots of lines and things this way. So yeah, I don't know if I need it. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference. That's necessary. I do want more white built up here, though. For some reason, that was very, very thin paint right there. What other questions we got? I got another 40 minutes I'm working on this. So ask away. I don't know if I like the size of that nose. I might trim that nose down. See if I can get it up off there. Yeah, I don't know if I like the size of that nose. All these big, dumb white eyes here. The bigger, the dumber, the stupider it is. Oops. There we go. Well, again, the questions, no pun intended. Am I using tissue paper or rice paper? This is tracing paper. What do I have lined up for July? Well, I have to make the announcement of who's going to be on, but we have a little snafu of some travel plans that I have to figure out tonight, because we have all the people lined up, but there may be a chance that we have to move someone around. Whether that's what we want to do or not, that might have to happen. As far as July, it is hunker down and make lots of work for the book I'm working on right now, and then I have a book that I'm in the. I have a book that I've written that I need to edit, and I need to edit it to a point where it's much smaller than it is today. However, I don't really want to edit it, and so it becomes a question of how do I do that without the reason why I don't want to edit it is I like the slow burn that it is right now, so I have to figure out a way to make it work given without sacrificing some of the slow burn elements of it. And I know that's not very descriptive for people to just say the slow burn, but it's to me it's about the length right now makes a difference in the story. So I got to figure out how to make it work without the length being the surviving or the important factor. Let's put it that way. So it is a challenge. It is a challenge I will figure out. It's just going to take time. AJ, yes, hello, welcome to the game. Joel, where am I traveling? We're going to go down and visit my parents. We haven't been down to visit them in 2 years, I think, something like that. And so getting down there is a important thing. However, my brother is having some back surgery, and that's where we're having some technical lineup of things. He is scheduled. He has. I'm going to share his medical information, but you don't know who my brother is, so it doesn't really matter. He has a disc in between his vertebrae that has worn away to the point wherein it's basically bone on bone, and it has been for quite some time. And so he's finally scheduled to have a surgery to have that removed. I think my dad even had a very similar issue of bone on bone vertebrae, and he had to have two fused. I think that's basically what my brother's having done, but it's just taking a while to get the time frame for it to happen lined up. But he finally got clearance for it, and so they're gonna do it in about a month, I think, somewhere in there. And so it's just a matter of having folks around to help him heal, because that's a pretty crazy thing to fuse someone's spine together in a specific spot. So, but yeah, I don't know. There's a chance we may go down that way instead, just to visit him. He's down in Texas. But and then I would like to go visit him, but I also don't know if us being there while he's recovering from a surgery is the best situation. We will figure that out as we get closer. I'm gonna make this a little less see-through right there. I like the white of that one, but I don't like the white of this one, so I might have to fix that. And then I need to do some touch-up work on this guy here too. Just get him. I don't know why it's him, but it is. Okay, let me fix that. Teacher Mary, help surgery. Do you or does your publisher test out a manuscript on a dummy audience? No, I mean the testing out is really with my agent. It's does my agent like the idea? And if she does, then she puts it out on sub, which means sub meaning that it goes out to a submission list. It's submitted to a bunch of publishers and to see if they like it, editors and whatnot. And the challenge is right now the market is pretty contracted. It's not as big of a market as it once was, and so getting your work seen in a market that's a little bit flooded with stuff is a little hard. Plus, publishers are a little bit behind on picking stuff up. They're a little bit flooded, and so it takes some time to get your stuff seen, and therefore it needs to be really good for them to look at it. And like even if my stuff is out on sub, there's no guarantee that it's going to be looked at for quite some time. And so there's always this challenge of the logistics of all of it. And so the looking at it primarily happens on the agent side. They're the one that looks at it and goes like, oh, we should work on this or that element of it. Let's rework this manuscript. Let's blah, 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 blah. And it's not to say that they're the make or break of it. Sometimes you don't need the agent. Sometimes a editor sees an idea on Instagram and all of a sudden comes to you, but not me. So let's see. I'm trying to put in lines that make this feel exciting there. Okay, let me start putting in some of these greenish brown lines here. I need to get that gross sort of brown color up. So I can come in here and put these stripes and mud splatters. And here, blap. Someone's making noises upstairs. I don't know if it's good or bad. I can't tell if he's crying or if it's just him being silly. I think it's just him being silly because now he's singing. I don't know if he knows that he can be heard down here. Being a full-blown idiot. Hey, Charlie.
What?
Stop being dumb.
Okay.
Nice. It was that easy?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. He calls me an idiot all the time. But he says it like this. He goes, "You're an idiot." That's his go-to statement. about me. You're an idiot. So I'm just going to do lots of lines that are coming up and spraying out of this. I'm going to do other like pink lines and other things that sort of relate to the color palette here. He's tapped a sewer line. That's basically what it comes down to. I'm going to put some little splotches of poo-poo on the windshield here. Is Charlie my biggest fan? No. Probably my wife's a bigger fan of my stuff. I think Charlie is past the age of caring as much about my artwork as he once did. I think earlier in his existence, maybe, but I think he's more of a fan of what's the Gravity Falls person now? He likes Gravity Falls a lot. And so, yeah. And visually, I know he likes One Piece and anime and things of that sort. And so, is he my biggest fan? He's my biggest child. He's also my only child, so there's that. Charlie? Are you my biggest fan?
No.
See? You just said no. Lauren, are you my biggest fan? Yes. See? Told you she just said yes. Charlie, are you my biggest hater? No, that's that person from school that started that fake account, which I don't even know if it's still up and going. It may be. What made me want to start doing picture books? Being dumb. No, I think picture books really started for me because I got an offer, which made I was doing editorial stuff at the time, and then I got an offer that, hey, do you want to work on a picture book? And then that sort of makes you go, I don't know, do I? And then all of a sudden it's fun, and you sort of open your eyes to it. But I also think that one of the things that sort of changed my perspective on it is having a kid and being surrounded by other books of that nature. And so like seeing board books and picture books and things, and all of a sudden it's sort of like, oh, I wonder if I should travel down that path. And eventually you get excited about it, and you get it, just having access to it and having people around with books all the time, or seeing books and whatnot, and then also having friends in the industry who I got to see sort of little snippets of it prior made it a little bit easier of a transition to sort of move towards. But I think honestly, like having a kid around and having those conversations about sort of like what interests him made a huge difference in my perception of what would be fun to do. Is there a big overlap between board and picture books? There's people that do both. I think if I'm reading the question properly, just that idea of board books. So at the beginning, Ingela was talking a little bit about this, but board books have a different audience, and that, like, if we look at the idea of a picture book versus a board book versus a easy reader, or early reader. Sorry, easy reader. I've learned to try to correct that, because easy reader implies that reading is easy for some people, and it's not always. And so early reader is better to say, because it just implies that they got on it earlier, but someone else will get to it later. Anyways, the idea of a board book is really about giving kids, especially little, babies and things of the sort, an idea that, one, words are something. They are not necessarily, reading the story, but just that there are words, and that sometimes those words have associations. So like having the word red next to something that's red, for a little baby, that's really important, because they need to learn that that the word red is associated with a color, right? And so there's that idea of that the intent of that book is different than a picture book. Picture book is generally meant to be read to a kid, and then starts to venture into the territory where a kid starts to be able to read it themselves. Generally, that's when you switch to something like a early reader, where kids are starting to pick up, how to actually read a book. And so there's actually a decrease in the language in a or in the complexity of the words in a early reader, because it's about getting the kid to be able to understand the word versus the image, and how to read the actual text that's in the book. And so sometimes you'll see words that are a little bit more shorter, a little bit more attainable for a younger audience. And then when you jump into chapter books, that's when you start to see more like complex words being added, and length, and less pictures being shown, because there's less need for that association between image and text. And so like it's a variety of things in all those different genres. You can find lots of info online about sort of the differences between those, but there's psychology essentially involved in it, and education elements that are involved in it, that make it important to give certain content, or allow that content to be delivered in certain ways for different age groups. So like, as an example, the best way I always use this as an example with students of, if you're trying to say to a little baby, a train went up the hill, well, you better probably show a picture of a train going up a hill, because they may not be able to make that leap of faith that the word train is representative of a train, a physical vehicle. And so making sure that you're like careful about that. But if we get into something like a picture book, you might be able to say the train went up the hill, and at the top of the hill, it, stopped to let on passengers. And at that point, you may not need to show the train going up the hill, because the kid can start to imagine and understand that the text is independent of the image. There you go. I don't know. I'm just rambling now. Ramble. I'll give him some cheeks here, some warmer cheeks. Let's give him some little nostrils. Give him two little dots, or bigger dots. Let's see. I'm going to increase them until they get to a size that I like. Keep going. Maybe right about there. Okay, I'm going to use my hair dryer for a second here, everybody. Bear with me. My live feed just crashed on me there. Teacher Marin, thank you for letting me answer questions. Thank you for always asking questions, honestly. This is sometimes can be a little sad if people don't ask questions. So it's nice to have questions being asked. Questions. Do I want to introduce this as a fun little pop of color in this guy? Whoa, that's a lot of it just came out there. Let's see what happens. Do a little test run. Of like, could I make these blue? I can always go over them. But like, should I put little suspenders on this guy? I kind of like the addition of that color. Oh, I need to finish these wheels. That'd be good. Let's put little thing that runs along the bottom there. Let's go and put some little touches of blue in this. Maybe a little dot of blue right here. Using this to sort of bounce your eye around a little bit on a piece like this. Why did Elio tank at the box office? Do you think it will hurt the original story to I have not followed. I don't even know the is it from a book? I don't know the book if it was. To be honest, animated movies for kids and stuff, I don't really follow all that much. Like my wife and son go to some of them. Like I'm trying to think the last animated movie I've seen in the theater. Oof. I mean, it had to be ages ago. If I go to one, I don't watch a lot of animation, to be honest. It's not my it's not that I don't like the concept of it, etc. It's just I tend to gravitate towards something else. Other people like it, that's cool. But it's not my standard cup of tea. And so, yeah, I don't know. I can't give you a perfect answer there. My wife and I went and saw Final Destination recently, which was good. One of my favorites, honestly, out of the series. And then we saw Sinners at one point, which was amazing. If people have not seen that one, it's been out for a while, but and then we saw the Mission Impossible movie. I feel like, Lauren, we need to figure out what the next movie is going to be. We've been trying to go to the theater. Superman? I hope Superman's good. I also hope, I mean, I know there's a lot of people who don't like the idea of Fantastic Four because of Pedro Pascal not being the cool Reed Richards, but I like the idea of the Thing and a non pre-existing characters of Marvel showing up. So that idea of was it Galactus that shows up in that? I forget. But like just new characters. So I'm not just seeing another Falcon or whoever. I feel like there's some other movie that's coming out that I really wanted to see though. I don't know, I'm drawing a blank. It don't matter. None of it matters. We watched the limited series Adolescence on Netflix. Each episode is done in one camera shot. Interesting. We just started last night one called Deadlock. It's a I think Australian production company, but it's a set in Tasmania, and it's got a mystery whodunit vibe. And so it was good. What we just finished recently? We just finished Andor. Oh, this pencil. I need to get a new black pencil there. Andor, and then we've been watching Poker Face, which is always good if you like mystery stuff. Poker Face always works out well. And then there's a couple shows that we want to see, but what did we watched some movie the other night that was we saw Mickey 17. That was really fun. And then oh man, what was the movie that we saw the other night? Oh, The Blackening, which was pretty good. I will say we watched Furiosa. Oh my God, that movie sucked. It's got good ratings, but I didn't like it. My wife didn't like it. We thought it was bad across the board. It it didn't say anything. It was boring. Now, if you like the movie, more power to you. I don't want to yuck your yum, but man, it was yucky. There was another movie we saw though that we liked. Again, we tend to watch a lot of like bad movies, so maybe we're not like intentionally bad. Not intentionally bad. We intentionally watch bad movies, and so we may not be the best of people to trust when it comes to that. Don't want to yuck your yum. That's oh, and we saw Dale versus Evil, or Tucker and Dale versus Evil, which I had seen before, but my wife hadn't seen that. There was some other movie though that we watched the other night that was good. I can't remember what it was. I guess it doesn't really matter if I can't figure it out. That's not dark enough. I need a darker version there. Where are we time-wise? We're getting close. We are getting close here. There we go. That's good. I want to get... Oh, man. I still need to do these tires. I still haven't done these tires. I used to have... I think I'm going to have to go buy a bunch of black colored pencils because I think I'm like running out of... This is... What was it? Deep cover? What was that? Oh yeah, that was a cute one. Yeah, deep cover. And it was set in England. Some fun comedians and whatnot. Yeah, this black pencil is junk. All right, so let's draw these guys in, and I'll do it with some other colors that I have here. I just need to go put. Companion. What was that one? What was it about? Companion. I go to a cabin. Oh yeah. That was good. I don't know why that was so hard for me to figure out what it was. Who was that? Was that Anna Taylor-Joy? No, that was Sophie something. Anna Taylor-Joy was in um, the Mad Max Furiosa one. That's what I put a little steam. Let's do this. I'll do a little here with a little bit of smoke coming out of it. Let's get some wires here, some little bips and bleeps and bops in here. We'll do I'm trying to figure out some other little like oh, we saw Xanadu. Xanadu was lovely. For those who've never seen roller skating, what's a roller skating disco dream of a movie that stars was it Gene Kelly? No, Gene Kelly and Olivia Newton-John. That one was good. Again, that was a bad movie though. So that's again, those are like it was good because it was bad. Who said? Oh, my wife. I said, who said the Companion was great? Yeah, Companion was good. I did not put any little. I'm trying to see if I do a little like. No, I don't like that. I'll cover that up. Okay, I think we're getting there. We're getting close. I'm just trying to like. Figure out how much of some of these other little touches I want to put in. Where did that go? Get a little bit of this pink, a tiny bit of yellow to it. I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna put some little like little smudges. Maybe some little fragments that have broken loose in there. And then hair on the piggy pig. Hair on the piggy pig. Hair on the piggy pig. What? Oh, we saw thunderbolts too. Yes, that's correct. I don't like that. I was originally going to do heart eyes. Oh, heart eyes was that? Yeah. Oh, yep. Okay. I think that may be it, minus a few little touches with some white pencil. Thank you, Jeremy Ross. Yeah, okay. So I'm just going to put some little touches on a couple of these things just to push some moments forward. I need black pencil, or the black Posca. There we go. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Oh, you know what else I was going to do? So I was going to put some little bits of, I can find the right color that is close to, that's pretty good, honestly. Little bits and pieces on the ground here that are sort of in that color range. And then I wanted to darken up these notches here. Tone that just a little bit. Tone that guy just a little bit here. That sit out in front a little bit more. Any other questions from folks before I wrap up? Because I'm literally coming down to the last little odds and ends I need to do here. If you want to say something, now's the time. Or forever, and I mean ever, hold your peace. Try to even that out just a little bit here real quick. If I can with there's a couple spots in here that could use a little like not letting the texture get in the way. Okay, I think we're pretty much there. Okay, so let me go and get a board to put this on because I only got 3 minutes. Do I dive right in or do I warm up to get started? Never warm up. I just dive in. Actually, I feel like if I warm up, then I'm going to get too rigid. Again, that idea of being loosey goosey is important to me, and so shying away from getting too heavy. Oh, I was going to use these originally, but not necessary. I'll stack them up over here. My pan pastel. Oh, that's going to tip over at some point, and it might. Let me see if I can get this all arranged and beautiful before the time runs out. I still have 3 minutes left. 3 minutes is probably enough time. Let me see. I might have to tomorrow run and get a new couple black, what do you call them? Prismacolors. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna scoop all this up, get this off my board, go grab do one of two things. I can grab a piece of illustration board here and put it on, or I always think it looks better if I put it on black foam core. That's nice and clean. So you can sort of see the pop of color here. Let's see. I'm still on? Yeah, I'm still on. My feed just died though. Okay. Let's see if I can get that just about right there. Okay, so there's my piece for the day. My little construction pig. Again, originally, here's the sketch I was going from. I opted not to put this pig in just because it's getting too complicated in that corner. But you can see how that became this. That. In fact, maybe I can do this even. Whoa, look at that. Maybe I'll take a picture like that so you can see the sketch versus the finish. All right, otherwise, next week, tomorrow, hopefully I will have some ads to post for the next month. Some of it might change, so I'm not going to announce it right now. But tune in next Thursday at 2 p.m. Otherwise, y'all. Actually, next Thursday will not change because there's no way we're traveling next week. Do you remember who it is, Lauren? We're about to run out of time. Ed Veer, Vere. Go look him up. That's it. Bye, everybody.